Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first event of Volt's Europe Week. I'm Maria Elena Giacona, and I will be the first chair of today's agenda. Tomorrow, we will celebrate the 70 years anniversary of the Schuman Declaration, a statement that laid the foundation for our European Union. While today, we are going to talk about what the Schuman Declaration led. So we wanted to start our celebrations with an historic event to give you a brief overview of what happened at the early stages of our union. Specifically, we will tell you about the Conference of Messina, held in 1955, which represented a fundamental step towards European integration. Following up, the next event on today's agenda will be Silver Volters for Europe, where our fellow Volters of different generations will share their experiences and their special view on Europe. So now, let's start with today's first event. I will show you a presentation to better understand the stages that led to the Messina Conference. Then I will leave the floor to Alfredo Mangano, the city lead of Volt Messina, who will share his feedback on today's topic and will tell you more about our local Volt team here in Messina. Finally, we will open the floor to questions and comments from you who are attending the event. And I would like to remind you that you can post your questions and comments on the YouTube chat or on the live chat of our Facebook page. We'll be happy to read your precious comments and answer to your questions. So now, let me share my screen and we can start with the presentation. Okay. So we will see the circumstances that led to the Conference of Messina and what were its outcomes, with a special focus on the spirit of European integration that guided the founding fathers of our European Union. So after the Second War, two important organizations were established in order to restore economic collaboration between European countries. In 1948, the Organization for European Economic Cooperation was created with the purpose of achieving a liberalization of trade. And this institution would later become the current Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. While in 1950, the European Payment Union was formed. This institution changed the economic landscape from bilateral trades to multilateral trade. And it also forced liberalization by mandating that all members should eliminate discriminatory trade measures. Thanks to the European Payment Union, convertibility of currency was achieved. And in 1955, this institution would be replaced by the European Monetary Agreement, which boosted monetary cooperation. So the successful results achieved by these organizations encouraged the process of further integration between European countries, a process that led to the creation of the European Coal and Steel Community through the Treaty of Paris, signed in 1951 by 6 nations: Belgium, France, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and West Germany. The community created a common market through the elimination of customs barriers and any type of protectionism. Furthermore, it represented a step towards European integration, as it created supranational institutions like the High Authority, the Special Council of Ministers, and the Court of Justice. However, within the European Community, the member states had different visions regarding European integration. Some of them wanted to enhance it, while others were more cautious about it. So the community experienced a time of impasse because of the lack of a common vision that could define the objects of the organization. For this reason, when the mandate of the president of the high authority had to be renewed, the French diplomat Jean Monnet, who was one of the authors of the Schuman Declaration and was in charge of that position until then, decided not to run for re-election, denouncing the lack of a real integration within the community. Furthermore, in August 1954, France refused to ratify the treaty that planned to create a European political community and a common defense force, the European Defense Community, as a substitute for the national armies of the European Coal and Steel Community state members. But a concrete breakthrough, the Benelux Memorandum, a document that was drafted by the three Benelux countries, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg, that was aimed at reviving European integration through the development of a customs union and a ban on duties and quantitative restrictions. But the main innovation introduced with this document was the proposal to create two new entities, the Common Market and a European Community for Atomic Energy. So after the presentation of the Benelux Memorandum at the NATO Council on 10th of May 1955, the Common Assembly of the European Coal and Steel Committee decided to, which was assembled 4 days later, decided to hold a conference to discuss the proposals of the document. And that was when Gaetano Martino, the Italian foreign minister, requested to organize the conference at Messina, his hometown, since in that period he was involved in the regional electoral campaign. So the conference was held in the city hall Messina, also known as Palazzo Zanca, from the 1st to the 3rd of June 1955. And its final resolution formed the basis for further work to relaunch European integration. The foreign ministers representing the 6 member states of the community agreed on creating a common institution for the atomic energy development, fostering the movement of workers, guaranteeing access to raw materials, coordinating monetary policies, and creating a European investment fund. In addition, the participants of the conference decided to set up an intergovernmental committee, also known as the SPAC committee, because it was headed by Paul-Henri Spaak, the Belgian foreign minister and one of the main promoters of the Benelux Memorandum. The committee was appointed to work on the creation of a general common market and on the establishment of a European community for the peaceful use of atomic energy. The report, elaborated by the SPAC committee, was approved at the Venice conference, which was held on the 29th and 30th of May 1956, and laid the foundation for the Treaty of Rome, which was signed in 1957 and established the European Economic Community and the European Atomic Energy Community, also known as Euratom. So the Common Assembly of the European Coal and Steel Community was expanded to cover all three communities. So with 142 members, the new assembly met for the first time in Strasbourg on the 19th of March 1958 as the European Parliamentary Assembly, changing its name to the European Parliament on the 30th of March 1962. And on that occasion, Gaetano Martino, the Italian foreign minister, gave a speech where he declared that it was imperative for European countries to collaborate not only for political, economic, and military needs, but also for the pure spirit of integration. So I'm going to read you a short extract of the assembly. Europe is already unified in culture and civilization, and we share as a common heritage concepts like individual freedom, political democracy, the rule of law, that our continent has conquered throughout history. We want to overcome nationalisms without destroying the concept of nation. E pluribus unum, which is the Latin for one out of many. Europe's political union has to be based on multiplicity and diversity. Only in this way our institution will be a tool for moral and civic progress, fostering and strengthening the creative and constructive impulse of our populations. So I would like to highlight that Martino's words perfectly reflected our Volt slogan, United in Diversity. And this assures me that we are following the right path towards a real, unified, and integrated Europe. Okay, so thank you. That's the end of the presentation. I wanted to conclude with a picture of the 6 foreign ministers representing the member states of the European Coal Steel Community, which was taken at the entrance of Messina's City Hall, because I think that it reflects the spirit of integration they managed to achieve and the atmosphere of that was felt at that time, wishing that it would be an inspiration for the actions of our Volt movement. But now we would like to know your opinion. So do you think that the European spirit felt in the conference has been preserved throughout time or not? And what do you think is needed to revive the spirit? We've seen that before the conference, the French veto marked a failure for the institution of a federal union. So the members of the European Coal Steel Community decided to change their approach towards a functional pragmatism to achieve the goals of the organization and preserve what had been achieved until then. So what is your idea of a federal Europe? And how do you think it should be structured in order to embody the spirit of European integration? So we will give you some time to post your comments and questions on the YouTube chat or on the live chat of the Facebook page. We will read them after the speech of Volt Messina's city lead, Alfredo Mangano. So, Alfredo, I leave the floor to you.
Okay, thank you, Maria Elena. Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you to all of you to attend to our events. Thank you, Maria Elena, for the great presentation and for the introduction. So I'm Alfredo, I'm the city lead of Messina, and I was born in Messina, a very particular city where that front of a lot of events during the history, a lot of very important events like the revolution of Messina against the Spanish Empire in 1674, or a lot of natural disaster like earthquakes. The last was in 1908. But a city like our, where the Europe, that was one of the places where the Europe was born, today front a very strong virus. And I don't talk about the corona one, but the virus of the populism and of the anti-Europeism sentiment. And viruses that have effects in the everyday lives, have effects in the way of thinking of the people, have effects in our political life. For example, the actual mayor of Messina is Mr. De Luca, an exponent of the right-wing populist area. And that creates a lot of problem. Like foreign city that win and start and restart to live a lot of time after a lot of disaster during the history. Yeah, because the problem of anti-European sentiment and of the populism is not only regarding the political speech, but it's also in a concrete way. The populist and the anti-Europeist simplify the problems and give a simple solution to complex problems, and that create more problems for the citizen. So the populist and the anti-Europeist find an enemy, the Europe, the perfect enemy, because it's distant from the citizen. And this was one of the biggest problems that we found when in December 1918 we decided to start Volt in Messina. It's very crazy. In December of 2 years ago, when I talked with my friend that I want to start a group of Volt in Messina, a lot of my friends say to me that I'm crazy, to want to start an European party in a city when where is a problem to expose the European flags. If you expose the European flag there, here, some citizens don't have kind word for you. There is crazy. I want I want only to play with politics, says a lot of friends of mine. But I think that politics need courage and need coherence with the idea and the way of thinking of the politician. So, with a little group of voters, we start Volt there in the city. And what happened next is I can't expect what happened next. Yeah, because a lot of citizens answer to our call to action. A lot of citizens, when we start to talk of Europe, give active, search information about our on internet and contact our to make something for our cause, to make it possible to change the things in the city. And in that moment, in those months, we comprehend that a change is possible, that a change is possible in a city where a lot of citizens erase a certain part of the history. For example, the conference of Messina and the spirit of Messina. And we decide to achieve an important goal, revive the spirit of Messina, of the conference of Messina in 1955. And it's very difficult. We don't know from what to start. We start to do events in a public square. We start to do public events, to contact association, to start to create our policy. And what we find, what we learn, was that the citizen have the need to be listened and to have solution, real solution, comprehensive solution to the everyday problem. So we comprehend that to spread the European sentiments, we need to resolve the local problems in an European view of thinking. It is very, very difficult, but no too. Yeah, because the Europe, the vision of the Europe, the idea of the Europe, the European culture gives to us all the instruments to do this. So we start to talk with the citizen. We start to find complex solution for complex problem, but explain this complex solution and this complex problem in a simple way, in a simple manner to the citizen, because the citizen is not angry, is not bad. They only need to comprehend solution and problems in a simple way, because a lot of citizens don't have time to discuss and to read a lot of books or to discuss about philosophy, because they need to work to live. And it's an cruel reality, but is the reality. So we started to do this, and I don't expect that, but our team started to grow. The European debate in our city started to spread, and the citizen start to ask information to during our public events. And this allowed to create a group, a very fantastic group that allow to make the alternative to the populism of the Lega of Salvini, the party of Salvini, or the populism of the five-star movements, that are two different types of populism. And we start to front these politician, the politician from the Lega or from the five-star movements. And we comprehend that our revolution was possible. There is a moment when that happened. I can't, I will remember this moment for the rest of my life. It was during the collection of the scenes for the European election in the middle of February. There was a very cold day, so attention, for a Sicilian guy, a very cold day is a day where the weather is less than 10 degrees. So for our, that day was 7 degrees. So for our, it's a very good, a very bad day. And that was confirmed from the fact that the square was empty. But happened a thing in the middle of the day. A very old guy approached to our and asked to our team, you are an European party? And we said, yes, we are an European party. And what I expect from that citizen was not kind words, was bad words to our affirmation. But don't happen that. That the expression of that citizen, of that very old guy, like 18 years old, more or less, changed in a good manner. And at that moment, we know that the change was possible. And the change was possible if we will be on grassroots movements. Because before of change the Europe, we need to change we need to change our territories. We need to resolve the problems of the citizen in a European manner from the territory, from the everyday problems of the city, but not only in the economic manner, not only remember, say to the citizen, what Europe does for our only in the economical way, but also under the aspect of the rights, of the possibilities that the Europe gives to the Europe allow to everyone to burn farmers and become leaders. And this liberty, these possibilities are not assured in other countries. So we start to work every day. We start to do weekly meetings. We start to do bi-weekly events. And in a city like this, where we have some traces, some things that remember our past, our steps to the European Union. For example, the main square of Messina is the European Union Square, or the biggest room of the municipality is the room of the European flags. We start to remember every day to all citizens what the Europe does for what we choose and what we may make to make it possible to the Europe to burn. Schumann and others like Gaetano Martino drawn an horizon, drawn an footstep and street. We need to make it possible that dream, that horizon. We can't stop do a declaration or to fix the action. We need to make it possible to dream every day in our legs with the everyday action. And vote is the only solution, the only possibility to make this possible. The Europe is not only a dream, it's a concrete action every day, and we need to remember this to ourselves and to the citizens around of our, and also that how to create a very fantastic team. Maria Elena is one of the components of these teams, and change the things not only for our present, but also for our future and the future of our children and nephews. So that's all. Thank you very much for listening me, and we can check the Europe. So I end with this my speech, and I'm ready to answer to your questions. Maria Elena?
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alfredo. And we will wait for your questions and comments. In the meantime, I would like to read you a short comment of Gaetano Martino, always one of our founding fathers, we can say, and that gave at the following assemblies of the European community. And maybe, Alfredo, we could discuss about it a bit.
Yeah.
Just to give a bit of prominence also to one of our a very important man also in Messina, which struggled, which was also the rector of the University of Messina, and struggles to have not only a political union but also a social union for all our continent. So here is what he said. Human awareness lies behind the fact that the entire world now aspires to unity. Attempts at unification are not confined to Europe. They are to be found elsewhere in the world, providing that humanity is realizing that only large groups of nations, only states on a continental scale, are in a position to resolve the immense problems of the present and of the future. Unity is the only way of increasing freedom, guaranteeing world peace, and realizing the ideal of human fraternity, the oldest and most noble human ideal. This is, as very justly observed, the only way which will allow racial and spiritual bonding, homonia or concordia. We would like to move beyond the historical era of nationalism. Entry into this new era does not, however, involve the need to destroy the notion of nationality. All that is needed for each nation is to make a greater effort to restore the purity of this notion's original meaning and to free it from the malign aspects that which turn this benign and potent structure of human society into a diabolical and destructive force. On a world level, nationalism has until now appeared to be an expression of freedom and dignity. It now needs the animation of a new spirit to lead it towards higher forms of freedom and dignity, towards full human integration. Okay, that's it. I think that he really got the spirit that was needed to leave behind all that had been a negative due to the Second World War, but not also. And he said that union is the only solution. So what do you think about this, Alfredo?
Yeah, like I said, I think that the declaration of Schuman or of Gaetano Martino was a horizon that was drawn to be concrete, to be realized in the future, in a long future. And I think that Schuman and Gaetano Martino was was aware of this, and they know that the declaration and their dream is a dream that they can realize in the future, in a very long future. Nowadays, we also have a lot of doubts about that horizon, about that solution. And nowadays, we front the problem of the nation, of the nationalism, of the pain to lose to lose liberty. I think that the ideas of a common Europe that respect the single countries and the single difference is the right idea to create an union that allow to us to grow and to guarantee the liberty and the possibilities to each one of the citizens. What I think about this is that, like I said, we need to work every day to this. The motto of the Europe is united in diversity, and I think that this phrase, this affirmation, united in diversity, is the best way to comprehend and to affirm the conviction and the declaration of the patriots of the Europe, like Gaetano Martino or Schumann or a lot of others.
Okay, thank you, Alfredo. You are absolutely right. And I forgot that there is also a brief interview that Gaetano Martino gave a year after the conference of Messina, where he highlighted the social aspect of this union. And I would like to read just a few lines. So the route chosen in Messina at the beginning of June 1955 was that of economic unity, the only route which would open the nationalist fortresses to subsequent political unity. It would therefore not to be true to claim that Messina treated the unification process on an exclusively economic level. The economic prospects only had value as a means of attaining political integration. The European Union ideal was to remain unchanged. So this is also what he mentioned about the need to have a social integration. One of the final resolutions of the conference concerned the free movement of workers across Europe. So this has been a very, very important fact for our country, especially in the south, in the southern Italy, where unemployment was very, very high. And in this way, workers would have the possibility to travel and to work abroad, or so it. I think that he really got the point, because without the well-being of the population, because not just think about the economic side, which seems not to reflect what were the real needs of the population. They had, after the Second World War, they needed to be relieved with the fact that they were living in a safe country and in a safe continent. So I think that this is one of the most important things. Alfredo, do you want to add something?
Yeah, what I see from this declaration are that the same problems merged during the conference of Messina is the same problem that we live now, that we front now in the nowadays debate about the European Union. The same problems of the 65 years old is nowadays. We don't solve these problems, and we don't give answer to that. And I think that this is one of the problems and one of the reason for the difficulties to front for, the nowadays emergency for the European Union, like the Corona one, for example. So I think that this say to our that we need to do answer to the problem. We can't continue to postpone the answer to the same problems from 65 years old. And I'm totally according with you, Maria Elena. Our European Union needs to be also a social European Union. But I say more, the European Union need to be in the first and social union, more than an economic union. We need to be united in a social way of thinking. We need to think about our like European, not like Italian, German, or Spanish. And if we can do that with culture, with learning, with initiative, we can do a very true change and create the true social union and the true economical social union.
Okay, thank you again, Alfredo. And now we have a comment on the what my question was, what is your idea of a federal union? How do you think it should be structured? And we have very deep comment about it. So let's read it. The current model on which the European Union is based is a functionalist one. The target is to keep together all the pieces, make compromises. Sorry, it's in Italian, which I'm translating. Without so make compromises without trying not to upset anyone, as it has been highlighted by the hosts of the event. The Messina conference was a case, an evidence of this tendency, because they tried to save what had been achieved until then, sorry, after the veto or the French veto on the common defense, on a common defense union. Decades after, the themes, the topics are always the same. The weaknesses of the EU emerge, especially for the lack of a common foreign policy, and with the resistances to sharing of the debt measures. However, it is undeniable that there are valid reasons on the basis of these divergences. There are conflictual interests on foreign controversies, on foreign events. For example, the case of Libya. There is perplexity on the economic policies of the Mediterranean countries, for example. So a real federal EU should be based on some points that seems on some requirements that still seem to be missed. So how can you conjugate the need of a more united Europe, of a more united and federal Europe, with giving value to the differences which are inevitable and between countries? This is in my opinion, the central theme to recover the spirit of the Conference of Messina. The EU cannot follow the American model. They can be called the United States of Europe, because there's not that community of interests between all the states, because in America all the states are more or less, let's say, with the same history, with the same values, with the same culture. So we need to value common interests and negotiate on those that are divergent. For this reason, we need more political power to those organs, to those organizations that represent and govern the EU, but without sacrificing the needs of the single countries. The EU can be just a place of negotiation for national leaders, and not even an organization that can impose itself on them just freely. So my opinion, exactly, I agree with this comment, because, and I want to answer to it, because he said that there are inevitable differences, but that's exactly what the European Union is based on. The fact that with all these diversities makes us a united, let's say, united people, population, all the European population. And of course, we cannot follow the American model, because their history is very different from ours, from our history, sorry. And I think that exactly we have to focus on what are the things that make us that in common with our countries, and try to assess all the differences, the needs, all the different needs of the countries, because harmonizing all this is possible. I think that it's possible with the right policies and the right approach. So, but what do you think, Alfredo? Do you want to comment on this?
Yes, I totally agree with your affirmation. There is a very difficult question because the model of the European Union, it's a very difficult to find an efficient and an optimal model for the European Union. I think that the actual model is the results of the way to create a common European Union. I explain better. When the European Union was born in 1950, all the founders of the Union say that we need to make at the center of our action the pragmatism. So, in a pragmatical way of thinking, there is a lot of difference between the European country, not only in the social aspects, but also in the economical way. So we need to do various steps by steps, during the years to realize a true European Union. And you can find that in the steps that the European Parliament make during the history. The European Parliament change three types of elections and formation of the European itself, and the various trait that was occurred during the years give steps in that way. So I think that the form of the European Union of nowadays is not the perfect form, and is not the definite, and is not the solution, is not the right form for the European Union. Like the writers say, the European Union can't front off a lot of problems in an international scenario, also in the local scenario. But I think we only need to have patience, to work every day, and to build ourselves the Europe that we need. So what is the final forms of the Europe? I think that the final form of Europe will be an Europe where the country, the region of the Europe will be represented with more power to the representation organism like the parliament. I think that the final form of the Europe needs to have a parliament that have the power to create law, the legislative initiative, and need less power to the representation of the leader of the singular country. But it's a step by step, and the Europe of nowadays is the effects of that long street, of that long way to achieve this goal for all Europeans.
Okay, thanks, Alfredo. And we got a couple of questions, and I will read them to you. So Aldo Mollica asks, hello guys, how many people are part of the Volt Messinas hub?
Okay, so now we have 20 active people. What does this mean? For non-voters one, active members, that's person that every day, weekly, act to create events, to write policies, and to do action to the daily management of the team. We also have more or less 50 volunteers, 50% that follow us during the events, and more or less 50, yeah, more or less subscribers to newsletter, and 7,000 and more of follower on the social pages, etc., etc. So the team, the active team, is composed now by 20 people, more or less.
Okay, thank you. And then let's go to the next. I've got a third comment by Jessica Lons Langley, which says, she says, change is definitely possible. I agree. And thanks, Jessica. And then we got a question from Elske Uldrik Kreuzen. I'm sorry, I hope I read that well. And a comment, sorry. That was the real purpose of European integration, reaching peace and safety. It is a pity it has become more or less only a marketplace. Yes, unfortunately, this is the this is how it is going, what is going on now. But I think that we just need to switch the button of awareness. Just some people are just distracted by all this atmosphere of populism, of non-Europeans, as Alfredo said. And I just think that with the right words and the right approach, we can recover this from this bad situation. What do you think, Alfredo?
Yeah, I totally agree with Ulrich, I think. Yes, the Europe is a marketplace, more or less. But I think that the responsibility for this is of the political class of each country, is our responsibility, because we elect the political class that allow to stop the process of the unification. Like I said, and the actual form of the Europe is not a functional form, is not the final form for our union. It can be. So we need an revolution in our in our political class, in our representation, to change this. And like I said before during my speech, the only way to make it possible is that a true European party have success in each country to allow to spread a new culture, a new way of thinking, a new horizon, and go to the institution to change this and to make it possible the born of a true European Union.
Okay, perfect. We've got, sorry, and we've got a second question from Aldo Mollica. According to you, which approach is the more suitable to bring Messina's people and Southern people in general closer to Europe thematics? So that's a good point. That's a good point, because I think I've noticed, especially since I am involved, the difference between North and Southern Italy. And I guess that here in the South, people tend to be more skeptical because they have never, let's say, I don't know the right word to say, they've never tasted the being integrated in terms of work, in terms of well-being. Let's say they felt like left apart. They feel like this. So one of the best ways must be to show them that if we are together, if we let's say, if we follow the right vision, and we can we can all get benefits from this. So of course, in the South, with this economic hardship, and it's more common, it's more impulsive to find scapegoats. They say, oh yes, Europe is not doing anything. But we have to show them that Europe instead is doing a lot of things for us, with the European funds, but not only for that. So we just have to increase. I'm not saying that European approach now is wrong, but I have to say that we need to increase this approach, because here in the South is not felt, is not perceived, let's say. What do you think, Alfredo?
Yeah, very good question. Yes, in Italy we have the biggest problem of the difference between the north of Italy and the south of Italy. And it's not on economical problems, but also on social problems. And like I said, I think that the answer for this question is explain in a comprehensive way the European way of thinking to the people, and also to create a solution to the everyday problems of the people and of the cities in a European manner. In what way? I think that the Europe is not only a social or an economical solution. It's a vision. It's a way to solve problems and to create solution. So what we need to do is not only to speak about of the Europe of oh, look the Europe, what a very good things. Nope, we need to speak about the solution, concrete solution for the city. We need to do politics in everyday life of the city, and to do different politics. It's bad to say, it's angry to say, but the people need to listen solution for problems that they have around, not at 2,000 kilometers from her. So we need to do this to make it possible for the Europe to give more near of the citizen. There is a website that is called What Europe Does For Me. It's a very good website to comprehend what the Europe does effectively in every city, with projects, with actions in every city. And with this, we need also to approach problem in our new way of thinking. So yes.
Okay, absolutely, Alfredo. I totally agree with you. And we have another comment from Elske Ulrich Kreusen. He says, we need to reach back to the original purpose and make the EU a political and social union. Exactly, thank you, Elske. As Gaetano Martino said, not only economic, political, military, but also social, a social union. That's what we need right now. It's right what we need to assure that we can have all of us, all in all Europe, can have the same possibility. Perfect. Okay, just let me check. There is another comment from Albe Tani. Don't know if it's the right spelling. I disagree with this comment. A common history does not mean having always been on the same side. Look at Italy. Up until 1861, it was composed of several states, warring for resources and influence. Yes, I think you refer to when I said that there can be an American model. Yes, of course, there have been also with a common history. There are fights, but I think that what distinguishes the American people from European people in general is that I think they fell all together as an American. They are proud to be American. While in Europe, the different national identities are more relevant, especially now in this political phase of populism. So, because let's admit that our European country has a way longer history than the American one. They share, let's say, the same history, but in Europe, history has been, let's say, longer. So, of course, there might be some differences. And okay, guys, I think that we'd reach. Okay, we have one more question. I will direct it to you, Alfredo, so then we can skip to the next event. Miguel Alonso from Zaragoza, Spain. He asks, what do you think the conference on the future of Europe is going to bring? Which results on the short and long term?
Okay, also this is a very good question, and we only have 2 minutes. First of all, thank you for the question, and I think that the conference about the future of Europe is not the right way to resolve the problems. I think that this conference can only be an place where there is a lot of idea, but my personal impression are that there will not be solution, nor concrete solution, especially after this crisis, especially after this emergency. So what I think is that this conference needs to be more organized with debate, with the face of the problems and create solution. With the solution just prepared, not want to find solution during the conference. For me, this conference is not more than a moment for all to discuss about what Europe we want, and this is important. But it will not only it will not be the solution for the future of our European country. So I'm okay. It's in time, I think.
Okay. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo. So yes, we have reached the end of today's first event. Now, following, we have the Silver Voters for Europe, where our fellow voters of different generations will share their experiences and their special view on Europe. I will leave the floor to the next chair of today, Jean-Pascal Zanders. But first, I just wanted to thank you all for attending our event on the Conference of Messina. Thank you, Alfredo. I hope that it helped you to know more about the history of our European Union, but also on the current organization of our team here in Messina. Alfredo, would you like to give just a few words to close?
Yeah, thank you very much for all to attend to our events, just like Mariana said, and I'm very happy about this event. I think that we can discuss a lot of important things for about the future of our European Union. We need what I think that is that we need to act every day to change the things and to create and the European Union that we want. We will continue to do this every day, like all the Volt community. So thank you very much, guys, and see you soon in the Volt way to doing politics. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Alfredo. So now I leave the floor to the next chair, Jean-Pascal Sanders. The floor is yours, Jean.
Hello, I am not Jean-Pascal, but I'm actually the chairwoman of this, or co-chair with Jean-Pascal of this session. So nice to see everybody here, and thank you very much, Maria Elena. I'm very happy to see here. We will present Silver and Youth Voices during this hour. It's a common conversation of fellow young voters and silver voters within Volt. So, and they are a part of group of a diversity group that has been founded not a long time ago, but a very active group. It was established as a Department for Diversity Outreach because within Volt, as Volt members, we think that only a Europe that acts together can solve our shared challenges. And we empower people to change politics and unlock Europe's potential together. So it's very crucial for us just to bring people together from different backgrounds and from different walks of life, be sensitive to the aspirations of all society members. That's why we have this group, among others. And this group represents also the voices of different generations. And our council helps to overcome the division between generations. So it will take time and effort, but it is all about trust. So we are happy to work together. And I give the floor now to Jean-Pascal.
Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased to be able to moderate this particular group together with Xenia. I'm a Belgian citizen, but in typical European fashion, I'm an expat and live and work in France. I'm also the lead for strategy and expansion in Volt France. And as Xenia said, I'm working also in the Silver Volt group. Now, I was born in 1958. The year is kind of important because that was also the year that the European communities, the precursor to the European Union today, was established. And of that age, my parents having been part of the Second World War very much, to me, the European Union has always stood out as a security institution. We have Victory in Europe Day today. We celebrate, we commemorate the end of the Second World War. Well, in Europe, and in a great part thanks to the European Union, we haven't seen war on the European continent again, at least not international wars. So in that sense, the European Union has been very successful. So with that, I would like to introduce my colleague in Silver Vault from Vault Italy, Cosimo, and ask him the question, you know, we are more or less of the same generation. Do you have that same sentiment about Europe, the European Union, in historical perspective? Cosimo, to you.
Hello, good evening, good afternoon. Thank you, Jean-Pascal. And what is for me crucial, I was born in 1952, just 6 years before you. But what I found crucial for Europe looks stupid, but was crucial the Beatles. Why the Beatles? Because with the Beatles we started to know English. I remember at my age, to the high school, we had the compulsory languages, Latin and ancient Greek. Not facultative was English or French. So with the Beatles, the generation, our generation, started to speak. I never studied English at school, but I speak a little bit by the music. Anyway, another very interesting, in my opinion, for our age, was the French May in 1968. This was a very revolution for young people, for our generation. And this is another step very important for Europe. That is not, of course, a record in the story of European Union, but very important. Other important events were the finish of dictatorship in Greece. The dictatorship finished with the Carnation Revolution in Portugal, and the dictatorship finished in Spain. I think with the dictatorship finished many countries, the European community at that time was welcomed with the new countries. And this is why I feel very European, because at the beginning, just a few countries started this adventure, and after they, step by step, many other countries joined it. And other events crucial, in my opinion, is when we had the terrorism in Europe. The new generation maybe don't remember, but we had in Germany the Rote Armee faction, and in Italy the Red Brigades. So are very big events in that time. Other big events were the dissolution of Soviet Union and the dissolution of Yugoslavia. With the dissolution of Soviet Union, so the dissolution of Yugoslavia, we had the new countries joined the European Union. And all the time, European Union was welcomed with this country. So give a lot of helps in benefits and in funds. So I remember when I was traveling a lot in the past, and I was traveling before the countries came in Europe and after, and I have seen the very big difference. What I have seen very important, that the economy grow quite fast in that country, but at the same time grows the homeless. I remember a story. A friend, a colleague from Hungary told me, what you find different now from 6 years before? I said, of course. 6 years before, I remember that I was in the hotel, in the restaurant, no food, but we had one waiterman for each table. And what you find now difference? Now I found difference that there are more people homeless in the metro. So this is the Europe with the positive things, but as well with negative things. So I think for the future, we must look much more to the common people. We must look how to fight the poverty. Others very interesting that I found as I went in my professional life was that I have seen the free migration in Europe. This is important. I worked at that times for the specific and general directives that now are the European professional cards. Very interesting was the Erasmus project that made from Italian Lenarduzzi, that it gives the opportunity to young students to move in all Europe. Another very important step was the Bologna process. With the Bologna process, we had to harmonize the higher study. And this is another important thing, because at the beginning, I remember, we had different different system of study. Other important things was Schengen. Why Schengen is very important? Imagine Schengen without Schengen, no island with the island, the republic. With the Schengen, the people can move easily without borders. Imagine the Italians with the mother language Ostrich from the south, the Ostrich called South Tyrol and the North Tyrol, so they can move freely without borders. It's me. I live near Italian-French border in Ventimiglia, but in Ventimiglia we have the same dialect of Menton and Nice and Monte Carlo, so we understand each other by dialect. So the Schengen was really important. Other important was the currency. We have the same currency. Of course, the euro have some problem, but at the same time, euro is important because I go to France before I needed to pass the border. I needed to change money, but now I can go to France without border and without changing money. This is very important. Why I am involved? First of all, I am involved. I choose vote because I am with the European spirit. Secondly, because Volt is progressive and is with the solidaristic spirit. What about the future? In my opinion, for the future, the politics of the future of Europe and the politics of Volt should be to fight the poverty, especially now after pandemics. We have a problem with the pandemics, but as well we'll have big problems with the economy, and the people will be much more poor. So for me, it's very important. The roadmap is to have a new challenge, like to fight the poverty. This is my experience without speak about a particular event, but sometimes little events are important as the big one. I am very lucky because I have the opportunity in the past, because I was a board member, European board member of my profession, and I had the opportunity to meet people from every country. I remember our meeting with the translation, French and English, and I remember at the beginning that was really difficult to understand each other because the semantic was different. One word in one country means one thing, the same word in other countries means another thing. So we spend the time to harmonize the language. This is really important for the communication. And I don't know others. If you like, give me some questions. I am here to answer. Thank you. Jean-Pascal, I leave you the stage.
Thank you, Cosimo. I would like to add that Cosimo served 5 years as vice chairman and 8 years as alternate alternative regional representative at the board of the European region of World Confederation for Physical Therapy. He was talking about his professional past, so I wanted to add this. And now we will move on to a volunteer of another generation, Alexandra Basun. She's a part of Karlsruhe team in Germany, very active at the local, national, and EU level. So she even worked for a more united Europe ever since rescuing an abandoned Brit after the Brexit referendum. So I let her the floor. Alexandra?
Thank you, Xenia. Yeah, I'm Alexandra. Thank you for the introduction. I'm born in the EU and I was raised without borders. So it seemed like the most ordinary thing in the world to me. And there were a lot of exchange projects at my school. It was great to see different cultures, or how different the cultures were on the one hand, and how similar we were on the other hand. So unity in diversity. And yeah, it was easy to discover new worlds as I realized that this normality is not taken for granted, but even endangered. I decided to act and searched for a way to act. And today I see Europe as more than that. The European Union is a peace project, and for example, what really endangered my world was, my boyfriend is a Brit American German, so yeah, that's behind the introduction. But also he lived nearly his whole life in Britain. There was a moment when he realized that he'll potentially need a visa to visit his family in the future. And yeah, there were a lot of crucial events for Europe and the European Union. For example, the Schuman Declaration in 1950, due to which we are celebrating Europe and the European Union. And today I have seen pictures from the German wall. I haven't seen it in reality, but they are impressive pictures. And yeah, lately there were a few unhappy developments which were also significant, but yeah, they led to the foundation of Volt. And I think that's another crucial historical event, the foundation of the first pan-European party. And there are a lot of reasons to join Volt. I think my special reason was a societal and political shift to the right that I couldn't understand and much less accept. And yeah, maybe that as a little introduction. And back to Xenia.
Yes, thank you a lot. So it's quite interesting to see different perspectives on the European events from different generations. And now we will move forward to Geer van Jelen. She's from Netherlands, and it's Silver Volt generation. So she will be talking about maybe or answering the question, how did she come to Volt? So it's quite interesting how the other generation, or not the mainstream generation of Volt, comes to Volt. We have not so many Silver Volters, so it's a really, really interesting experience that she has to share. Yeah.
Thank you, Xenia. Well, it's very nice to be in this meeting. when I first joined Volt, that was a very interesting thing to do, because I participated in the Balcony Project, which was launched by Ulrike Guéraud. And it was a project on the 10th of November of 2018. It was a kind of art project to declare the European democracy, European Republic, from all balconies of Europe. And that happened exactly 100 years ago. And unfortunately, then the European Republic was not announced. But that's when I discussed with a lot of people, and they said, well, if you want to do something about Europe, maybe you should join Volt. So that's when I started up looking what Volt was, and I joined Volt in Leiden, the Netherlands. And it was a very good experience, I must say, because I'm 66 now, and I worked in different professions, but I also worked as a union officer with collective treaty negotiations, and that had to do with reorganizations, with employees, with money. And I saw that there was a big shift in the highest profit and not looking very well to the working conditions and the people who worked in the field. And I couldn't understand that. And that's why I did some investigation. Why this all was happening, that that good work was going to Poland, you know, and going to lower wages countries. So I was looking into that very thoroughly, and I found out that since the 80s, since the neoliberal wave, we were only looking at money and costs, and we were not looking at values. So, and a lot of things I thought that had to change. And really with the big challenges which we have right now, like climate change and European democracy change, financial system collapse, and now with the coronavirus that we face another very economic disaster. So we really have to do that together in a united Europe. And we cannot do that as the Netherlands alone, or Italy, or whatever. So I very strongly believe that Europe is a very a strong and rich continent, and has a very rich and important history. And it has a big diversity and beautiful cities, and a lot of different culture, different cuisines, a great educational system, 100-year developing of democracy. So I think we are now at the threshold of, you know, when you see all the right wings movement, we are at a threshold, and I think we should think carefully to hold on to the European democracy. But I think we should do that in a European form. So I think Europe is very important for all of us. And because it's important, I think that Volt can play a very good role. And why do I get energy from Volt? Well, seriously, when I am discussing with Volt people, they are talking about exactly the same things I was looking into when I couldn't understand why Europe was deteriorating. So, and I think we really need a pan-European movement. And Volt is one of the few movements who really wants to operate a pan-European. because many other political parties, they are, they want to do something in Europe, but not really make a strong and political union. So that's when what I'm really enthusiastic about, that many young people join Volt and have many good ideas. There are, how do you say that? They bring in a lot of knowledge, a lot of understanding, and I think this enthusiasm is really important to go forward, because we need to join in this together to make things really democratic and powerful. And I think there is a lot of potential in Europe, because what we face like now, a climate breakdown, the function of the euro in Europe, our financial system, which is really broken, and our moral compass. And I think that when I talk to Volt people, they really inspire me, that they think we should do this together. If you look at the Volt mission, which we just adjusted in the GA, there is an inclusiveness. We have to do this together. We have to be compassionate. We have to do this in equal ways. So not forget about the minorities. Do that 50-50 with 50% women in charge and 50% men. I think all these kind of things makes Volt really powerful, and really a movement which has the potential to change Europe. So that makes me really proud to be part of Volt, and to help to build Volt in a way that Europe really could be united. Thank you.
Thank you, Gergen. And now we are going to a very young member, one of the youngest of Volt. He's still minor and a very enthusiastic sailor on the Baltic Sea. So Justus Hug, you have the word.
Thank you really much. It's an honor to be here, and I'm really pleased that I'm invited to this young and old event. As I was introduced right now, I'm a really young Volter. I'm still 17, so I'm completely the opposite to our older members, and so I did not really experience a lot of the nearly any of the historical events that shaped Europe. A thing that I experienced was a Brexit, and it was totally something that devastated or crashed my feelings and my image of a united Europe, because it was the moment when I realized that something is broken, that we need to fix it. And so that was the point when I got engaged into politics and European politics, and I also started to join Volt a little later. So, but I think there are some events that are even more important to Europe than, or nearly as important as historic events like the Second World War or something like that. For example, I think that historical events or societies that existed in Europe are so crucial to the shape that Europe has now. For example, if we look back to Greece, so for example, Athens, where there was the roots of democracy, or the French Revolution, I think that are the events that shaped Europe. And I think that because I had a great opportunity to make two studies abroad, one in Ukraine and one in the United States. And the thing that I noticed in the United States is how what indifference is it makes if you have a really long history, 1,000-year-old history like we do in Germany, or if your society is just like built out of a snap, like not really, but like the society of the United States. So I think the process of building Europe was a really, really long-term one, and I think there were a lot of events happened that changed Europe and formed it to what it is now. And I'm really happy that we have a Europe like this, because I enjoy like traveling free, and I enjoy having a like being able to speak out my voice however I want and get engaged into politics. And that is also why I'm engaged in Volt. And I'm engaged in Volt because here in Volt, I have the opportunity to say something. I have a voice, and that's what I find so special about Volt, that everyone can jump in and start to organize things and start to be creative and start to create events and whatever. So and everyone is able to participate. And that was what I missed in normal national parties like the Greens in Germany or the SPD. That you weren't able to really participate. You had to be like several years there, and then you had to like climb up your career ladder before you had something to say. And in Volt, you can just join workplace and start a discussion. And I really love that. And I'm really grateful for that. And the last thing, what I think that what's Europe's challenge, or what I think Volt should really push forward in Europe, is also connected to participation. And I think it's citizen participation, because I think a democracy only is able to work if people have a say. And so I think a democracy, and we can fix our European moral compass if we start to hear everyone, and not just the loudest populist nationalist voice, but if we hear everyone, I think we can start to change Europe in the right direction. And so that, I think, is the biggest challenge we have to face. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this intervention too, Justus. We have heard 4 perspectives now actually on the history of Europe from the past to the present, and how European Union, the idea of a more unified Europe, has affected the attitudes of persons. One question I would like to put to the 4 speakers is, as Ger mentioned in her intervention, we have the fear of populism, we have the fear of extremism, both on the right hand, the left sides, and so on. But basically, it's altogether an anti-democratic movement. So how do we get people engaged in democracy? A question that I have all the time is, why do so many people actually find democracy boring and only get interested in it after they actually have lost that particular quality? So whoever wishes to answer first to that question.
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay.
Well, I think that with the current political parties, they have forgotten about the people. They do not consult them. They only consult them when it's what they want to hear. And I think in Europe, that's especially a problem, because in Europe, people are not equal for the law. So we missed a few steps to make Europe a real democratic Europe, and people feel that they don't have a say for their what they want in Europe, and that's maybe why they are demonstrating but not joining political parties.
So to you, are you saying that there is a certain deficit with the current political parties?
Yes, in a way, because there are some real urgent problems in Europe which we have to fix, because we are not, a European citizen is not equal for the law. We made a currency and we made a market, but we have forgotten about Europe to make Europe also a real that everybody is the same for the law, and that is something which is a deficit in Europe, and we have to fix it. But current parties, they are very afraid to put that forward, because that will really change Europe, and they rather prefer to stay in their own country and fix the things in their own country. But I think we need the questions are big, so we need a lot of questions to fix in Europe. But still, on the other hand, I heard Cosimo say he's living very near France, and the region is very important too. So we have to localize. We have to fix a few very problems which you cannot fix in the Netherlands or Germany alone. But still, to function, maybe we can concentrate on region. That's very good possible, but that means that we have to reorganize Europe.
Okay, thank you. I see Cosimo is also waiting. I'm sure that he will also have opinions on that. Cosimo, over to you.
Thank you, Jean-Pascal. In my opinion, the democracy is a culture. In some countries, there is more culture about democracy. In other countries, there is less culture. If you see now, especially in some Eastern country, there is less culture of democracy. So some countries, some parties became more nationalist. The other question is that our old politicians, the father of Europe, they worked for the future. Now, our politicians, our government people, they work for the poll. Depends the poll, they take politics. So if the people don't want solidarity, they go against solidarity. So this is the big problem. And for this reason, the people, I think, don't use more the democracy. But because our politicians don't have a long vision about Europe, this is, in my opinion, the problem. So the politician must have courage to go on against the thinking of the people, because some people have a short vision, but the politician, a really politics party, a party like Volt must have a long vision. This is very important to arrive to the heart of people.
Thank you very much, Cosimo. And I'm sure that also the two participants from the younger generation, from my perspective, of course, but the people from the younger generation also have an opinion on that. So I will first pass the floor to Alexandra.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to say something about that. I think, yeah, I talked about the shift to the right before, and there were people in my community saying really disturbing things. And the only thing I thought was, why haven't we talked about that before? Why have we never discussed about your feelings? And I think the democracy, how to engage people to democracy, begins exactly at that moment, in the personal discussion between personal friends or in your community. And I think what's special about Volt is that you said it before, Volt isn't only a party, Volt is also a movement. And we want to talk to people and address their problems. We want to do what we don't want to do. We don't do what we want. No, sorry. We don't do what we do for getting elected. We do what we do because we want to change the world. And we try to get elected so we can change the world. We can change it. And I think it's really important to say you have a voice, and you haven't to be a part of Volt to have this voice. Everybody has a voice. And we also started the Conference on the Future campaign for the listening tour. We want to listen to people and discuss problems and find solutions with the people together. And I think that's very important to engage people in our democracy. I think that's why Volt is also so important. And yeah, Volt wants a strong, open and transparent European parliamentary democracy by establishing a federal Europe. And I think that's a good way to start engaging people.
Okay, thank you very much for this. Yes, I agree fully with Alexandra. One of the things that really got me energized when I first heard about Volt were, excuse me, were its principles, and the fact that the principles actually guide our actions and positions, I find very special and encouraging. So now I will give the floor, the camera to Justus to hear what he has to add to this discussion. Justus, over to you.
Thank you really much. I can agree with all the points that have been said before, but I want to bring up another point, and I want to stress the importance of education, and like not only education in school, but education in general. And I mean, we have a broad education. Everybody learns to read and write, but that's not what I mean. I mean, getting the information from the European Parliament and the European institutions to the people. And I think we have to start with this information process from the beginning on, from school, and continue it over the lifelong learning. I mean, there's a lot of things we could do that. I mean, over like high schools and whatever and universities, but also about newspapers. That's also a form of learning, or television show or whatever. And so I think if people get informed what is happening, and if people have an objective view on what the European Union is doing, they understand what the European Union is. And as soon people understand what is happening, they can try to change it. And I think that's the key when we want to include your people into the European process. Thank you.
Thank you, Justus. I have a small question for you from somebody who is watching us. It's somebody from Volt Spain, a young person, and he wants to know from which national chapter are you, because he didn't manage to join Volt Spain because of the age. Could you quickly answer the question?
Yes,
please?
sure. I'm from the German chapter. And here it's possible to join a party with 16, I think. But as far as I remember it, I had to get like sheet signed by my parents. Yes, so but here in Germany it's possible.
I would add, if you are very, very motivated, you can still maybe reach out to Volt Europa, and maybe there could be a solution. Anyway, I wanted to ask Gert a question, because she was talking a lot about the urgent problems of the European Union. Could you just be more precise and tell us what is, to your opinion, the most urgent problem right now, and how can Volt help fixing it? Thank you.
Did you ask me?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Let me repeat, because I don't know whether I heard it well. You said what big problems Europe is in now, and how can Volt help to fix them? Is that what you said?
Exactly, because you were talking about lots of urgent problems, and I would like you to be a little bit more precise and just name them, and and name a, or maybe propose or suggest a solution. How can Volt help fixing them?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I think Volt is not really a democratic Europe, so I think that becoming really a democratic union is that we have to reform our union. We have to, instead of having just a market and one currency, the euro, we also have to have a political union. And that means that one person, one vote. We have to change that, maybe in steps. We can do that. The second thing is that our euro, we have to take a look at that, because the euro is the same in Spain as it is in the Netherlands, and we in the Netherlands export a lot, and in Spain they import a lot. But that means that we have more money, and in Spain they have less money. And that's, if you have to change that, you have to do something about the currency, that you have not only that Spain is going to reform because it has a lot of debts, but the Netherlands should reform too, because it exported much. So we should level that a little bit much. That means that we have to think carefully about financing in Europe. That's another thing. The third thing is that our financial system is really broken. We make money with money, and that's about 70% of the whole money-making business is money-making with money, and only 30% is like going to the real economy. That's the bloodstream for the economy. That's something to fix too. And in the Netherlands now, there are going some discussions on this theme, because they really, economists, really important economists, they recognize it. And that's the beginning of the solution, if you recognize it. So I think that's another thing. And the last thing, but not least, is that in Volt, we really discuss with values and with possibilities, and not with hate speech. Or so I think that that we really should shift the way of discussing and our narrative to a more positive and another kind of speech. And I think that's really what I hear in Volt, what people are doing, not thriving on hate speech, but what is possible, what kind of things can you do, how can it be organized grassroots. So I think there are a lot of opportunities for Volt to participate and to change.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. I would like to pick up on a point that Justus introduced little while ago, namely the point of education. And while this is, of course, extremely important, it's crucial for the younger generations. But I was wondering, how can we organize education also for people as they are progressing through their professional careers? Society is changing very, very fast, and probably for people of later generations, too fast for them to fully grasp what's going on. Other people, they get laid off, or certain types of professions are not that much in demand anymore. Is there a way that we can, on a European level, organize forms of permanent education for people so that they keep abreast of all the new changes that are happening, or give them the opportunities not to sit idle should they ever have the unfortunate situation of becoming jobless, but actually offer them a prospect, a hope of getting a new job, but in a different line of work? Is there anybody, Justus, perhaps you have an answer of that, on that question to start off with, as a person who still has the whole future in front of himself?
I actually I have to think about it, and I can just stress the point that it's super important to keep everyone educated. And I think a thing that the European Union could do is definitely like a financial one, because I have the feeling that I could imagine that I'm totally no expert in this field, but I could imagine that it's better to organize something on the regional level, because especially if you go to older, or sometimes if you go to older generations, there's kind of a speech problem, and probably if the European Union would organize everything, it would be kind of in English. So it's probably better if it's from the a lower level. But I definitely think that the European Union should deliver some content, especially about Europe and what is happening about Europe. And the European Union should be the place where these different programs can connect. So if someone is losing his job because for whatever reasons, and he's living near the border, there has to be a place where he can get kind of transferred to a job in a different area of Europe, if that is possible and an option for him. And I think that's the point where Europe can step in. But I'm really happy to hear different views on that.
Okay, thank you for that, Cosimo. What is your thought on that, the idea for permanent education to help people of later generation?
First of all, I would like, I agree completely with Ger about the problems. Secondly, I think the priority of European Union is the reform of European Union, because we risk to dissolve Europe. So, and at the end, I would like to thank Justus, because he's 17. And I remember when I was 16, I was a movement student after the French May. And he remembered me that there is young people that is informed and work for the changement of the society. This is really important. We discussed in a General Assembly last week about to give the vote to the 16 or 18. I would like to remember the younger generation that I started to vote at 21 years old. So in that time, the majority age was 21. So, but I am very happy to find the young people well prepared, and I think I am very happy for the next future if you have young voters so well prepared. Thanks to Justice and to the others.
Could I add another thing?
Sure, please.
Okay, I think permanent education is very good. And the other thing I was thinking was that maybe a basic income is now worth discussing, because I remember that a lot of older people, when they get sacked, or it's very difficult maybe sometimes to find new jobs. And if they have a threshold that they are sure that they have a roof over their head, that they can pay the groceries and have health care, then they maybe can do all kind of other things in society, which is worth doing, and maybe find another job, maybe do another education. But if you have a certain basic income that you know that you're not without means, I think that could be a very good idea.
Okay, and Alexandra, your essentially final thoughts for this discussion. And now I pass the camera and the microphone to you.
Thank you again. I think a better lifelong education begins in informing people about their educational possibilities. So I think there are a lot of possibilities, but I think the communication between the possibility giving institutions and the person who needs this educational possibilities aren't enough. So also helping to learn. For example, it's very crucial that people can use a computer or doing stuff on the computer and so on. So I think they can help themselves a lot more if we give them the opportunity to help themselves. So more communication and helping to learn. Thank you. And Xenia?
Thank you to all of you for participation. As you have seen, we are all from different countries. We are from Volt, Belgium, Volt, France, Volt, Germany, Volt, Italy, I hope, Volt, Netherlands. And as you can see, we talk all the same language between generations, between countries, and I love this Volt spirit. It's also because this is also the reason why I am at Volt. And thank you a lot for participation, for attention. Just you can join Volt at any moment at www.volteuropa.org. We would be very happy to invite new members and new volunteers to us and to work together. Now I will give the floor to the new LGBT section within Volt, led by Émeric Massot and Thea Port-Leroy. They are from Volt Belgium and from Volt Germany, if I don't make a mistake. So thank you a lot, and hello, Émeric.
Yes, hi Xenia, and hello everyone. Thank you for welcoming me on this. So very shortly about myself, I'm currently the new appointed co-lead of the LGBT/SOGI expansion group. But today I'll be your co-host for this hour and during this Europe Day event, and basically together with my co-lead Thea, we will be presenting our guest speakers today, and at the end we will be open for also a Q&A for all the people who are live, can ask the guest speakers some question. So that's it for me for now, and I give the word for the introduction to Thea. Thank you.
Hello, welcome from me as well. I'm Thea from Germany, and Émeric and me are going to kind of moderate this hour about LGBTQ at Volt. So we've got quite of a cool program. We are going to start a bit talking about terms, like what do some things mean. Then we were going to talk about pansexuality. And after Berenkamp was she prepared a video, but because of technical issues, we can't do it today. So I'm just going to talk a bit about pansexuality, and after that, Anna Carvalho and Fabian Gauke are going to talk about LGBTQ rights in Europe. Then we are going to talk about LGBTQ in school, and then about coming out on work and like how being LGBTQ in work is. And like Emmerich said, in the end, we're going to have this really cool Q&A. So please ask some questions on YouTube or on Facebook so we can answer everything you would like to know. Now I'm going to start with the terms. So the first term we are going to talk about is the term that is right in front, in the back of me. So the LGBTQ+. I mean, probably you've heard of LGBTQ or LGBTQIA+. Basically, it just means L stands for lesbian, G for J for gay, B for bisexual, T for trans, and Q for queer. And the plus just includes everything that is not included in these terms, because the LGBTQ community is a really diverse and big community that has a lot of different people and sexualities and gender identities in there. Okay, and talking about gender, we're going to have our next two things. So talk about sex and gender. So for some people, sex and gender kind of is the same thing, but it actually isn't. So sex means that's the sex you get biological. So if your mom is at the ultrasound and the doctor says, oh, you're going to have a girl or a boy, that's your sex. Your gender is more kind of an identity thing. So it doesn't matter what sex you have. If you're cool with your gender identity, then go with it. So there are people who, for example, have their biological sex as a boy, but their gender identity is a girl, or other way around. There are also some people who don't identify as any gender at all, or as more than one gender. So gender is kind of a fluent thing, but it's pretty cool. So then we're going to have homosexual and heterosexual. So these two terms are a bit more common to most people. So heterosexual means that two people who identify as the opposite genders fall in love, have a relationship. And homosexual means that two people who have the same gender fall in love and have a relationship. So then we've got the term bisexual. So bisexual kind of, as the term bi says two. So bisexual people fall in love with either man or a woman. So they don't say, well, I'm just going to fall in love with one gender. They say, well, I like both. And then there are also people who identify as pansexual. So pansexual means that these people don't make any difference in any gender at all. So they don't care what gender identity a person has. So they fall in love with a man or a woman or someone who don't identifies as any gender at all. So they kind of say they fall in love with the character and the people behind their gender identity. Okay. Then we've got trans. So trans means that someone was born in the wrong body. That was most people explain it with. But also it means that their gender identity is different from their sex, their biological gender identity, their biological gender. So trans people, for example, are born with being a boy, but identify as being a woman. You may have noticed that there's a star behind it. So this means that you can put any word you want, but in former times they used the word transsexual, but now that the trans community prefers the term transgender, because transgender, gender means it's more about gender identity and not about sexuality, because trans people can have any sexuality they want to have. So they don't it's not about their sexuality, it's just about their identity. Then we're going to have the term inter. So inter means that someone gets born and they don't have an exact sex. So it's not it's not that they are actually a man or a woman or something they want to be. So they can, for example, they can choose, or they can just live as an interpersonality as they want to if they want to be, they can choose. And then we've got the term asexual. So asexual people don't really have the longing to have any sexual relationships at all. And but it's not that you can just point out one person and say, well, this is what asexuality means. It's kind of being on a big spectrum. So they are asexual people who have sex, and they are also asexual people who don't have any sex at all. And there are also asexual people who have romantic relationships, and there are asexual people who do not have romantic relationships. So it's quite complicated in the beginning, but just ask an asexual person what they like, what they want, then it gets quite easy. And then we actually come to our last term, and that's the term coming out. It's a term that some of you may know because of coming out of the closet, and that's exactly what it means. It means that someone tells you what their gender identity or their sexual identity is. So coming out is actually like a 2 stages thing. So there's the inner coming out and the outer coming out. The inner coming out means that you like start thinking about, maybe I am part of the LGBTQ community. What would it mean for me? So it's something you figure out by yourself. And if you like over that point that you maybe realize, okay, maybe I am part of the LGBTQ community, then the second stage, the outer coming out, starts. So you go to your friends, to your family, to your coworkers, and start talking about your gender identity or your sexual identity with them. That's usually the process that takes a lot of work, and it's really hard for a lot of people because you have to trust the ones that you tell your like secret about. Especially like the first outer coming outs are really hard. And it's also a thing that's more of a process and nothing that really ends, because you have to come out your entire life, but it gets much easier. That's the good thing about it. Okay, so this was what I was going to talk about the terms about. So now we can continue with the next topic.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Thea, for your intervention. So now let me introduce the next person on stage, who will be Anna and Fabian, who will talk about the LGBTQI+ rights in Europe and yeah, how it has evolved. Anna, the floor is yours.
Hey, thanks, Emeric, and thank you, Thea, for the explanation of all the terms. It's always good to remember some of them. So just like Emeric said, I'll be speaking a little bit about LGBT rights in Europe, and I'll be doing this in my role of a bisexual woman who lived in 2 very different countries of Europe. And then, of course, we'll have Fabian's intervention, and I'll speak a little bit more about Fabian when his time to come in. So let me start. Maybe I can share my screen. Let me see if I can do this. Oop. Let me see if you are seeing my screen. Yes, you are. Great. So I want to start by telling a little bit about Portugal. This is my home country. And more precisely, I lived in Lisbon most of my life. Portugal, for everyone who knows it, it's a really loving country. So people are very affectionate to you since the beginning. There's almost no barriers to creating relationships, which is really good because you feel that you can be open about most of the things. In what it comes to LGBT rights, we actually have been kind of in the first line of it. because, for example, we legalized LGBT marriage or gay marriage, homosexual marriage since 2010, and more recently in 2017 we had adoption by gay parents, and now in 2018, 2019 we are being the first to kind of start the fight for transgender people. So I would say that Portugal and the Netherlands, for example, are really in the front line of fighting for LGBT rights when it comes to laws. And this is a very big difference that I want to make sure everyone notices, because our laws are quite upfront. We have laws that protect LGBT rights. Yes, we do. However, and there's always a however, in my experience in Portugal, I noticed that sometimes the mentality isn't really up to date with the laws themselves. So in Lisbon, there's not like a big of a problem because it's the capital, it's a big city. We do have a very active LGBT community, and it's pretty happy. By the way, this picture is in the LGBT parade of last year. There's Volt and all of us. It was really fun. However, outside of Lisbon, the picture is not this good. I know a lot of stories from people of other parts of the country that say that in their areas LGBT people aren't really well seen. So it's really weird that a country which has the laws so well done about protecting LGBT rights, and then the mentality seems not to go hand in hand with the issue. So I would also, maybe it's good to remember that it's a very religious country, so that may be related. It doesn't have to, it's true, but it may be related. By the way, I take this point to say that everyone can leave their comments or questions. So if you just want to speak about it, we will answer at the end. So yeah, this is Portugal. Basically summarizing, the laws are really cool. We are being protected. As you see, there's a lot of people in the LGBT parades. However, the mentality of some parts of the country and in the people themselves sometimes still brings a lot of doubt. Then let me go to the second European country where I lived in. And this is really cool because this is a picture of me and Fabian, who will be speaking too. So I lived in Germany, in a small town called Karlsruhe. It's a university town, so a lot of students, a lot of young people. And first, maybe making the same comparison as I did to Portugal. So the laws in Germany are a little behind Portuguese laws when it comes to LGBT rights. For example, the marriage was only legalized, so marriage for LGBT people was only legalized in 2017. So it's really recent. I heard today that the conversion therapy was forbidden for minors. So this is a great win for Germany, gay Germany. But yeah, in what it comes to the rest of the laws, Germany seems to be a little bit, not much, but a little bit behind. However, by living in kind of a small town in Germany, I realized that the mentality of the people was completely different. So it's kind of like LGBT people are mainstream, you know. Like I remember walking around the streets of Berlin or even Karlsruhe, holding hands with my girlfriend, and no one bat an eye, you know. Like everyone just kept on with their lives. Maybe it's a cultural thing also. That would be a good discussion to have. Maybe people just don't notice you in Germany, but that's another discussion. But what I want to say is that although the law is a little bit behind, it seems that the mentality in Germany is really mainstream when it comes to LGBT rights. So LGBT people seem to be very included in society in a very genuine way. You know, it's not like, okay, so the law says it, so we should do it. No, sometimes the law doesn't even say it, but they still do it and they still respect you. And as you see, this is in Karlsruhe. We had a really cool pride parade there. And also the funniest thing ever is that we participated in the first ever Germersheim Pride Parade. So Germersheim, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing this correctly. I'm sorry, German people. But it's a really, really, really small town in the middle of Germany. It has like, I don't know, 1,000 inhabitants. It's really small. And as you see, they did do an LGBT festival, and we were there to celebrate with them. So this is what I mean. Although the laws are a little bit behind, it seems that the mentality is really what it should be. So my point is that in Europe, we have a lot of different situations. And I mentioned, well, Lisbon, so Portugal and Germany. But we could be speaking, this is, so Lisbon and Karlsruhe, or Germany and Portugal, are not even, they are very different situations, but they are not even extremes in what it comes to LGBT rights. And this is what I would like to get to, is that we do have extremes in LGBT rights. We do have the Netherlands, which is doing a great job and it's always there for us. But then we also have the bad part. There are countries in Europe which are really going against all the rights that we could have, and even our own existence. So we have Poland, which now has been more or less 1/3 of the country has declared itself as LGBT free. I would like someone to explain to me what is LGBT free, because obviously you can't just get rid of people, and I assure you that there will be LGBT people in those areas. But just the thought that it could be something that it's structural. Do you understand? It's like it's an institutionalized thing. They are doing this to say that they don't stand with us. So they are completely against what they call LGBT ideology, and they intend to erase us by creating these supposed LGBT free zones. And then we have Hungary, which, as you may have heard lately, has been trying to basically erase from existence transgender people by passing a bill that basically says that all that matters is the sex that you are born with and not the gender you identify with. And I mean, we all know that that's not the reality of people, right? And transgender people exist, and they will keep existing in Hungary. So how do we help the Hungarian people? That's the question we should be trying to answer. And then we would also like to speak about Bulgaria, because Volt had a really kind of weird experience in Bulgaria. So I would like to call to stage my dear friend Fabian. He is a great ally, and I think he could speak to you a little bit about what happened in Bulgaria. Hi, Fabian.
Hi. So first of all, thanks for the welcome. But first of all, I have to say, no, Karlsruhe is not a small town. It's not that small. So yeah, I can't have you blaming Karlsruhe. Yeah, that's not how it works. So yeah, I'm from Germany, Karlsruhe, and I guess Anna said like LGBTQ or like supporting LGBTQ is kind of mainstream here. So like if you go to like the Pride parades, there's like basically every party. it's like part of it, or at least supporting it, and it's like not a big deal. And so she mentioned other countries, Poland and I think Bulgaria, and like there it's not that simple. And we had our our General Assembly in Sofia in October, where we had several hundred Voltas storming the city. And we also had like a public action plan where we marched through the city. And as Volt, we are pretty pro-LGBT, and also we're in several CSDs, so we still had a lot of rainbow flags, and obviously brought them to Sofia because I mean, rainbow flags are just awesome. So while we were preparing the march, there was actually the Proletina from Volt Bulgaria who were talking to the police, and the police actually informed us, or actually asked us, not to use pride flags because of safety concerns, because they were afraid, like, if we are marching through the city with pride flags, there will be like right-wing or just conservative people coming and actually attack us. So they were actually like really afraid, or like warned us that could happen. And like she said, I was like, and I was kind of baffled about it, because like, as I said, like in Germany, it's like, yeah, it's just mainstream. Like there's like not supporting LGBT is like that. Yeah, obviously there's like right wing, but they are in big numbers, so you don't have to be afraid in Germany. And so there was like a moment of like silence and like, well, thinking about it, I guess. But I was like, yeah, like, I mean, like actually considering that, because I mean, in countries like that, it's way more important to show the flags. It's like we can't like give them the ground there. It's those countries where it's important, and where we can't just like put our flags back. So we discussed a bit, and I was like, yeah, so well, shall they come beat us? We are several hundred people, so should they get a stronger force? Let's fight them, basically, if they attack us. So no. But at the end, the compromise with the police was basically to have the pride flags like not at the end, not at the front, and not at the sides, to have them like in the middle. So if like people want to like attack the flags, get the flags down, so they have to like get through other people, basically. And I think that's actually a nice touch as well, because that's where the LGBTQ community should be. They should be in our midst and not at the front, at the end, at the side anyways. So we decided to bring the flags with us, but yeah, we informed the people with the flags about the warnings of the police. So I mean, well, I don't care about the risk I will do, but obviously we can't like let our people walk into the risk blindly. So we said it to the people who had flags, and well, nobody really cared. So yeah, strong Voltas, I guess. So we marched through the city and nothing really happened. I mean, the worst things that happened were some people shouting at us, some middle fingers shown at us. So yeah, not that much bad happened, but I think it was a lot of good happened. So we had a couple of dozen flags just like waving through Sofia. So there was like hardly a picture without at least one flag in it. There was also footage taken, and also we brought the LGBTQ, the rainbow flags, into Bulgarian national TV. And I didn't check, but I don't think so many parties before us like were able to do that, because as Anna said earlier, it's like a bit conservative, the country, and not that fond of LGBTQ rights. So there was also the country lead of Volt Bulgaria, Nastimir Ananiev. He was interviewed by the camera team, and also during the interview, the whole time was prominently waving a rainbow flag in the back of him. So for me personally, that was like basically one of my favorite LGBTQ support stories, or how you want to like name the topic. And so if people like ask like what is Volt doing for LGBTQ, like that's the story I'm telling, because I have to been to several CSDs in Germany, but yeah, as mentioned earlier, it's like that's nothing special. There's nothing to be like, well, let's say, proud of. But like doing that in Sofia and like bringing it to national TV, I think that's really a good thing. And I think we should do more things like that. So we should have more actions in Portugal, in Hungary, in Sofia again, and just show our support there. But the support is mostly needed. And with that, back to you, Anna.
Cool. Thanks, Fabian. So basically, it's really weird that in a Volt event we had pride flags, and the police came to tell us, no, you shouldn't be showing that. So let's all think about this. Is it normal that we have LGBT-free zones in Poland? Is it normal that transgender people are being erased in Hungary? Is it normal that we can't go around waving pride flags in Bulgaria? No, it's not normal. And if you compare the situations of the Netherlands and Portugal and Germany, we're pretty good, thankfully. But we shouldn't and we can't just stand happily in our countries while other European people who are just as valid as we are don't have the freedom to live their own lives and to love whoever they want to love and to be whoever they want to be, right? So that's the point I wanted to make. Things are still to be done in a lot of European countries, and we can't just stand and watch. So Volt is doing this. Volt is precisely working on defending LGBT rights all throughout Europe, and it's very important that the fight is still going on. And while there isn't free people in one European countries, the fight will still go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for these very interesting stories, and we can really see the difference between certain countries in Europe. And yeah, so now I'd like to give the word back to Thea, who will be shortly talking about how it is to be an LGBT person at school. Thea, back to you.
Thank you, Emmerich. So as you can see, I changed my background to LGBTQ in school, so you can see the topic changing. And I first realized that I could be part of the LGBTQ plus community when I was about like 11 or 12 years old, so like at quite a young age. And in this time, and especially when puberty starts, it's really hard to be different, and you don't really want to be different at all. You just want to be like your friends. So I was really worried about like what is wrong with me, and I just stopped thinking about it and just lived my life like everyone else. Except that I didn't want to talk about boys, and I would love to talk to a friend of mine who I thought was really beautiful, and I had a crush on her. So but well, like we all know these things, so like life kept on, and I just didn't think about it anymore. And then when I was like 13, I started watching this series called Glee, and it's just a series about some teenagers being in a school choir and having like a lot of fun. And there were these two characters, two girls that fell in love with each other and had a relationship, and I was so touched by them, and I liked them so much, and I didn't really understand like why they touched me so much, and not everyone else, and why could I identify with them so good. So I was thinking, well, maybe because they am a bit like me. I was like, oh, maybe I am part of the LGBTQ community. And I thought a lot about it, and I started researching. I read some books, and I also like looked it up on the internet. Thank you, internet. And then I started talking to a friend of mine about it, and I was like, oh, maybe I'm not only into boys. And she was really nice and supporting, and it was really nice to have her and to talk to her. And she also like helped me a lot to talk to all of my other friends about it, because I wanted to talk about them because they were really important to me. And so I came out to my other friends at school and to my best friend, and they all took it really, really well. They were so nice and so supportive. So thanks to them. But there was still one thing. I had to come out to my parents. And luckily, I have really nice parents, but I know a lot of people from the LGBTQ plus community who have big problems with that, because some parents don't accept you as who you are, but mine did. But I still was really afraid to tell them. And it's weird to explain, because like there's this big ball of fear inside of you, and you just like, it's just so hard to spit it out and like to just like tell them. So I actually wrote a letter to my parents. I thought it was really nice because I had time to find my words. I could say what I wanted to say, and especially I didn't have to be in the same room with them when they read it. So I could just go in the room, put the letter on the table, run out of the room, like go into my room and just like close my eyes and hope like just to die, because I was so embarrassed and was like, it's puberty. So and they read it, and they actually responded with a letter as well. And I thought this was really, really nice, because I again didn't have to talk with them, talk to them about it, and also they had time to find the right words, because it's not that easy for some parents to find out that their child might be part of the LGBTQ community. But they did, and it was really nice. And afterwards, we didn't really talk much about it, but it was just a really nice feeling to have it like out of my head and just live like how I wanted to live. And then, of course, there was a time when I had my first girlfriend, and the topic came off again. And this was the time where it actually got interesting about the entire school thing. So, because school can be the best time of your life, or it can be the worst time of your life, because there's never going to be a time where you have so many people in the same room who are like you, who do like you, and who are not likable to you. So it's kind of like, it's this really big mix of people, and you have to live with them all day, every day. So I had the luck to have like really nice classmates. Some I didn't really like care about, but that didn't matter. And when I started having my first girlfriend and like bringing her to parties and stuff like that, it was at 12th grade. So we were all like kind of grown out of the, oh my God, everyone is different, everything is so terrible phase. So this was really nice. But of course they started talking. We didn't really have that many people who came out at this time, and like I didn't know any teachers who were part of the LGBTQ community or any other adults. So I brought my girlfriend there, and everyone was like, oh wow, she brought her girlfriend, oh my God. And it went around for like 2 weeks, and they talked a lot, and then it was just over. And 2 weeks feel a lot in school terms, but in life terms it's just like not a long time. And most of them were quite nice. I think the ones who like talked bad about me did it behind my back, and I actually didn't really want to know about it, because I don't care if they don't like me. It was my life, I was happy, so it was okay. So that was really, really nice. And also a thing that like helped me a lot, especially during my younger times, was being in a youth group. So when I started coming out to my friends, I really wanted to meet other teenagers who felt the same like me, who had the same experience like me, the same problems. So I just started looking up some youth groups and like a place where I could meet other gays, other LGBTQ plus community people. And I actually found one in my hometown city, so that was quite nice. And I went there, and it was really nice. We just hang out, we played board games or soccer or something like that, and just understood each other, because we had the same problems and the same things we thought about. So that was really nice to have like someone who actually gets you in this topic. Of course my friends understood why I was afraid, but it's just different when you actually like are in the same situation. And also there was a thing that I think it's really important, is the representation in media. When I was 12 or 13, there wasn't that much of representation in media. There was series like The L Word or Glee, like I talked about, but not like right now, where you have like nearly an LGBTQ character in every series or movie you watch on Netflix or other streaming things. So it's really nice that you actually see how normal it is to be part of the LGBTQ community. And this showed to me how important it is to have representation, and representation, of course, in your surroundings, like in your school, in your work, at school, at work, in your family, in your friends, in your group of friends, but also in the media. So you have people that you can look up to. You have someone who who goes through the same problems than you. So actually, I was talking to like a 12-year-old 2 or 3 months ago, and he was like using the term pansexual, and I was looking at him and was like, wow, like that's so cool. Like, why do you know this term? And he was like, oh yeah, I was watching this show on Netflix and it's so clear and I know all of it and now I know asexual and something like that. And I was like, wow, I mean that's pretty cool. So they kind of like media sometimes does the sex education that schools don't do, I guess, and that's pretty good. I mean, of course, sometimes there is some representation that is bad, that is full of cliches and stuff I didn't want to, like, I don't like. But I think after all, it's really nice that that there are a lot of changes, especially in things like media and also in surroundings. Like Anna said, Germany changed a lot. I feel like, especially in the last 10 years, it got so much more normal to be part of the LGBTQ community, like to have a girlfriend, to be trans or something like that. I think it got much more easy. I saw it when I came to uni. I didn't really felt the need to come out to everyone at uni, but I just had a girlfriend there, and everyone was like, "Oh yeah, sure, just bring your girlfriend," and nobody asked about it or had a wrong look or something. I was like, "Oh, okay." Last time it went a bit harder, and so this is what makes me really hopeful that everything is going to change for the good. Especially, of course, I can only talk about Germany, but I hope that it's going to change in Europe, especially after the story that Anna and Fabian talked about. I hope that Europe is going to change a lot in the next years. So yeah, after my story about the coming out, I'm going to give the word to Emmerich, who is going to talk about his coming out, especially because he came out a bit later and how his experience at work were. So Emmerich, it's your turn.
Thanks, Dea, for this inspiring story. I hope I'll be able to do the same with mine. Yeah, so I'll try and talk a little bit about my story. Maybe a brief introduction to this is, well, to me, let's not say it's new, but yeah, I've only recently came out in the last years. So it's a, let's say, you will see it was quite a complex process, and I think it's one of the first time I'll be fully public as to broadcast on some kind of channel about this. So let's start with the beginning. Yeah, when I was young, I think I wasn't very sure what it all meant, what it all was. Like Thea said, certainly in my days, they didn't teach that at school at all. Very little TV series had this, and I actually didn't have TV at home, so I was even more disconnected from that. So when I was 18, I had the chance to. So I'm from Belgium. I had the chance to move to university in the United Kingdom, where I studied engineering. And then I already felt like I had a choice, like I should come out to everyone and that everybody, like all my new friends there, would know this or not. And in the end, I actually did not understand that choice. I thought of it, but I was like, am I really gay? I don't really know it. So in the end, I took the easy choice of not saying anything, and yeah, made friends. I lived my life as a normal, let's say, end of teenager would do, and went out and so on at university as a normal student. Only after a few years only did I think, or I was part already of several society. I was part of the gliding society. I was playing tennis. I was very active in all the societies around the university, and I came across the LGBT society. And at first I didn't want to be associated with them, but then I thought, well, I will go to one of their meetings. It would be anonymous anyways, and see where this takes us. And I went there, and I wasn't directly relating to all these people who were passionate and proud, and yeah, that didn't talk to me. So in the end, yeah, I carried on living my life like that. I would say I still had a more of a secret life. I did go sometimes to more what they call gay-oriented events or gay pubs. but most of my dating life would have been online. And so I had my first boyfriend in Belgium when I was 22, I think. So near the end of my uni time, and it was a long distance relationship. It didn't last very long. Then I finished my studies. I actually came back to Belgium, was looking for jobs, was looking for what I wanted to do. It was a bit complicated. And then as well, when I got my first job, I was thinking, well, personal job, totally different thing. So I obviously didn't come out to my colleagues. During that beginning of work time, I had my first longer lasting relationship with a guy who actually came from Poland. So as you might have heard in the previous part, it's not that easy over there, but luckily he had more accepting parents. And so actually I visited him and his parents in Poland several times, even though he was living in Belgium. So we were seeing each other quite a lot, but for Christmas and New Year's, I would go over to Poland. And so that was very that was nice. That's how I started getting acquainted with well, maybe I could live let's say as a normal life as being out. But then yeah, I changed jobs several times, still didn't come out to colleagues, and then I started working for the Belgian Railways back in at the end of 2013. And there I was still in the closet, and there I became more, I started to see that it was possible to be friends also with your colleagues. This was the first time I saw this, so I started having actual friends at work. We would also go for drinks after work. We have a walking group where we go walking in the weekend, and so there was a selected group of people to whom I was out to in the end, or that I would say that I am gay. And then at the railway, it wasn't also such an open company. That it's very old-fashioned, state-owned company. There was quite some members who thought that there was a need to create an association of LGBT colleagues, and so we had a brainstorming about it in 2000. At the end of 2015. In 2016, it was decided that we would create a sort of association. And very quickly I got involved in this because one of the founding members also knew about me, and he was working directly with me, and so I got involved in this. And I must say this trip actually helped me a lot in my own acceptance process. So I kind of got, let's say, dragged into this, but I'm nonetheless very happy about it. So in end of 2016, we created the official association as an ASBL, and it's called Trainbow. And we had quite some ambitions for Trainbow. We wanted to be recognized by our employer as an official organization from employees, LGBT employees of the railway. We wanted, during the Pride Week in Brussels, which is a big event, there's 100,000 people attending. We wanted to have every train station in Belgium with rainbow flags. We wanted also to participate to that Pride, even though to me, again, that wasn't the big thing. But then because everyone else was like so driving behind this, I was like, well, I might as well get into this and like, let's do it. And in the end, we managed in this very short time to first participate to our Pride on our own cost. We invested our own effort and money into building a float, renting a truck to pull it up, and so on. And then we managed to also have the acceptance from the communication team of our company to they said, yeah, we're going to allow to place the rainbow flags at the train stations, but we're not going to do any financial support. So we had a crowdfunding. People paid some of the flags, and we coordinated all the logistics. And so we placed a lot of these flags like this. And all these drives showed me that actually it's linked with positivity to actually ask this, even though at the start it seems more of a hurdle, and then you create a lot of positivity. And we were very widely recognized afterwards in Belgium because this made a lot of publicity. Of course, it's throughout the entire country. A lot of people take the train in Belgium, so they look up to it, or they look at it at least as something important, and they were happy that a group of people was doing this. And so over time, the mentality actually changed very fast. I think it's partly due to our association, also because one of the CEO wanted to really spread diversity throughout the company, and diversity is not just LGBT; it's diversity in its entirety, and it's so it's women empowerment, LGBT empowerment, people from ethnic backgrounds, people with disability. They wanted to do this, and luckily, because of this, we started to also have more support to organize a pride. And so the next year, for example, instead of having to rent a jeep or a truck to pull our float, they provided this with us, since they have a lot of fleet of cars for the works. So this is a great show that yeah, that it's important to try and feel empowered and be empowered even by your employer. And this is where it comes to a little bit my coming out story, because of this, because of the drive, I was there also preparing the floats to go on the pride, and our employer, they wanted to make a communication about this internally, and they decided to create a film. So they had a film crew there to make a professional film, and they were interviewing people. And as you might know or might not know, Belgium is a bilingual country where half of the people speak French, half of the people speak Dutch. But at the building site, we were only with Dutch-speaking people, and I was the only French-speaking person. And so they were interviewing everyone in Dutch, and then I realized, no one was interviewed in French. That's not good. That's not good for representation. So I was pushed by one of the members. No, Emmerich, you should go. You're French speaking. You need to go into the microphone. You need to speak. And I was like, no, it's going to be company wide, and my face is going to be all over all the screens in all the workplaces, and it's going to be on the front page of the intranet website. So I was like a little bit against, but then peer pressure pushed me into doing this, which was not a great experience at the time, but in hindsight, it's actually it really empowered me, because in the end, so they did that video, and then at the last minute, I actually sent an SMS to my boss to say, by the way, tomorrow this video is going to be released. Yeah, just have a look. It was on YouTube already, and then he sent me you look great in it. So yeah, you see, but I was also a bit scared of reactions like this. And so yeah, finally, because of all this, in the end, I was out at work. To, let's say, most people, I mean, you did have to kind of deduce it, but it was like all over our company. And so this is where I thought I should also come out to my parents, who I actually never really talked about, because we don't really talk about deep topics or deep subjects. So I decided I should do this, and this was that same year, but just at the New Year's Day. I decided to meet with my parents for New Year's Day and tell them a little bit about that. Luckily, back then I had also a stable relationship, which was good, because he was really pushing me into telling them that that I needed to tell them that I was gay and that I was happy in a happy relationship with my boyfriend back then. So thank you for that. And then in the end, yes, that's how I believe that, to me, this was really a journey. It was very complicated. Maybe it's because at the time it was I was not informed, I wasn't very aware, but I also never felt part of being like all proud and all out, and like what I call, like, when people just want to show it as a matter of fact. But in the end, it was a very important thing for me to be pushed into the front line and to say that, yeah, you can say it in public, and it's not a problem. So so that's it. And let's put it this way: at the end, our the SNCB, which is the National Belgian Railway, now for the Pride, they so they accept to put all these flags, which we still do the coordination for the logistics, but they also do advertising during the day of the Belgian flags throughout whole Belgium. They put digital advertising with their digital advertising screens. So I really believe it's a great thing, and this is how I wanted to introduce that. Yeah, actually, from next week onwards, It's at least in Belgium we celebrate this quite a lot. Is what we call Idaho Week, which is the International Day or against homophobia and transphobia. That day is on 17th of May, and 17th of May is next Sunday or Saturday, and we it's next Sunday, yes. And so next week we celebrate the Idaho Week, where normally we would also post all these flags, but at this very tricky period, we decided that it wasn't a good idea to do this on such a wide scale. So we will do more like silent communication rather than doing big events, because the Pride is not going through. And I mean, we have to think about the COVID situation. It's a bit more difficult time. But all this to say that actually for me, what worked is to be a little bit kicked in the butt and say, you need to come out and it's fine. People will accept it. So the message here is also, I think everybody has a bit different stories, different ways of dealing with it, and it's not everyone deals with it in a different way, and it's not always easy for everyone to do it to do their coming out. There are still people who are old and don't dare to come out, and for some people they like to do it early. So there we go. I think I'll go back to Thea for that's me out talked now and for the Q&A. So Thea, back to you.
Thank you very much, Emmerich. This was wonderful. I love hearing about all these different stories. I think it's really, really great. And actually, yeah, we are at the last point of our agenda right now. At the Q&A we talked about in the beginning, and we also got some really, really cool questions. So we're just going to start and hopefully like answer all the questions that we got. So the first question we got was a question that I'm actually going to ask to Anna. It's about, oh my God, now the question is lost. Yeah, the question is, how can we learn from these countries? The country you talked about, like countries who are really good at like LGBTQ supporting and empowerment, in some countries that don't work that well, and also how do you establish these countries? Oh God, yeah, I hope you got my point.
Yeah, I think I did. I think the question was a little bit of, well, actually, how do we learn from the countries that are kind of doing really bad in the LGBT rights thing, but also, so how can we improve that, and how do we learn from the countries that are doing it well? Basically, that's what we're doing in Volt. It's taking the best practices from each country and trying to apply it all over Europe. And the question was also, how do you develop this kind of mentality? So how do you, I think what the person meant was, how do we maybe educate people to be more accepting, right? And I think education, this is a personal opinion, of course. For me, education is really the key point. So it should start really soon. We should get comfortable with talking about LGBT issues early on, because even if adult people don't want it, the children are also sometimes transgender and homosexual. And yes, it's when we're really, really small that we start to understand some kind of things about ourselves. So we should start talking about these kind of issues early on, I think. And I think it's really kind of a matter of time. So it's really important that the LGBT community keeps doing the work that it's been doing, and that keeps showing up in prides and fighting for LGBT rights. Because if we do this, and if we ally this with a good education from the beginning, I think it's a matter of time and a matter of the generations being educated. And I think in some time we will have a much more like uniform Europe when it comes to LGBT rights.
Yes, thanks a lot, Anna. And I actually have a second question for you. What is Europe doing, in your opinion, to protect LGBT people? And maybe a follow-up question, if you want, What is the why is it important to have awareness about bisexuality or pansexuality?
Okay, what is Europe doing? Well, of course, everywhere you have pride parades going on and people being educated about it. But in a more institutionalized way, I know that the European Parliament, for example, has an LGBT working group, and they basically monitor the discussions and the laws that are discussed in the European Parliament. And I think the European Commission also has something like that. And I know that in the following years, Portugal will be actually in the presidency of the European Union, and I think I've heard that there's some good things coming up, like a communication about transgender rights and stuff like that. So I think Europe is doing a good job in when it comes to protecting LGBT rights, but the fact is that Europe in itself doesn't have the power that it should to bring all the LGBT rights to all the countries. So maybe that's a little bit what we need to improve. And your follow-up question, why is it important to talk about bisexuality and pansexuality?
Yes.
I think I don't know if maybe Thea wants to answer this question because you spoke about the terms. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, I think it's first of all, it's really important just to talk about all the different sexualities that are in the world, because most people know heterosexuality and homosexuality. But even when the term bisexuality comes, like some people are really don't really know what it means, and there are especially a lot of cliches. So I think this is like the thing where you have to start just to explain and to educate people. And I think this is the biggest problem right now, that there's just not enough knowledge everywhere about like all these different terms. And of course, it's okay that you don't know like every single term, but I think the goal is that just more people know, for example, the difference between bisexuality and pansexuality. And also, I don't like if someone misgenders me or or calls me the wrong sexuality, I don't get mad, because you don't you can't see what sexuality someone has. So I think it's totally fine to ask someone, and I think it's like people shouldn't be afraid to ask. And I think the easiest thing is just to ask, like, what would you are your preferred pronouns, like what do you identify with? And I think it's much easier just to ask in the beginning than to have all these awkward situations and don't know what to talk like, and don't know what this term meant that someone mentioned right now. So I think that's the first thing that I would say to this topic. And also, I just wish that there would be more representation, especially of bisexual and pansexual characters, because there's a lot of representation, luckily, about for like homosexual people and transgender people. Not enough, of course, but some. But especially pansexuality is a topic that like most people don't talk about, or asexuality, for example, as well. So I think this is something that everyone has to work on.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Thea. So I have here some couple other questions from the YouTube channel. So one of them is, do you see coming out as a continuous process? Maybe I'll answer this question very shortly. They say often people have the idea that it's a one-time thing, whereas it's often not the case. Indeed, for me, it was the case that it was not the case, that it was more of a continuous thing. I started, as I say, coming out to restricted groups, and then more openly in different ways, and then to your family. Some people start with their family, some people don't. I mean, so yes, it's always a continuous process, but the more and more you do it, the more and more you're basically out. So yeah, that was the answer. And then the second question, maybe if one of the guests still want to answer, do you still see a great gap in acceptance in your social circles, depending on their age, countries, where they're from, backgrounds?
I think I can answer that. Yes, unfortunately, at least in Portugal, where I have most of my inner circles, there is a great gap. There's people who I'm super out to, and other people, including in my family, where I supposedly I'm not out. I know I'm on YouTube now, so maybe I'm out now. But yeah, so I think there's still a big difference, especially in older people. Maybe the acceptance is not that great. So that's what my personal experience says.
Thanks a lot. I think we have maybe time for one short question. Maybe for Thea, what was the most difficult part about being openly gay at school? That probably interests a lot of youths that are maybe watching us now.
Yeah, I think it was the jokes. I mean, I think like you can make jokes about nearly every topic, so it's totally fine. But there are some, well, sadly, for mostly guys that do some jokes that are just not funny to me. Like do some joke that are like really sexually, and I'm just like, I think it's okay to say I like to do some jokes about me as a person, so that's totally fun. I can do the jokes like about them as well, but I don't like being like one like about like having bets on me or something. So this is like sometimes people feel because you're open about the topic that they have the like that they got the ticket an invite to make jokes about everything about you and like to decide what's good or what's bad about you. And I think that's sometimes a bit annoying, but it's totally fine. Like if you say stop and you annoy me and make joke about them, then it's usually fine. Yeah, and I would like to say thank you to Emmerich and to Anna, and then give the word to Emmerich as well.
Yes, well, thank you for this, for all these inspiring stories. Thank you all for the questions you've been asking so far. So now we will join the next topic, and I will introduce Isha Westbroek, who will talk about a subject which is also linked to diversity. It's gender equality for Europe. And yeah, thanks a lot, everyone, for having us. And thanks to Volt Europa and Volt Nederlands for hosting this event and allowing us to talk about LGBT issues in Europe. Take care. Bye-bye. Isha, up to you now.
Yeah, thanks, Emmerich. Thank you for the time. I was watching already in the background. I'm Isha Westerbeek. I'm from the Netherlands. We will be talking about gender balance in politics in Europe. Marcela will join me, Marcela Volkova and Anna Carvalho. Are they here already? Let's see. Marcela is not here. Anna is here. We've seen her. Well, what I can do is start to introduce you a bit in the topic of gender equality. In politics nowadays, we see more women rising to higher positions in the European Union, but also in the different member states. In the European Union, we have the first, well, this year we have 40% of female members of the parliament, and actually the number of women grew during the start of the European Parliament. So you see an upwards going line. But if you look in the different member states, there are still so many countries where the difference between the number of men and the number of women in politics is significantly like out of balance. And what I hear a lot when I speak with my friends, family, is that why should we fight the participants of the participation of men in politics? We're not fighting participation of men in politics. We're fighting for a balanced dialogue, a balanced representation of the people living in Europe. And when we do so, we make this spectrum of genders an inclusive spectrum instead of a very narrowed part of that spectrum. Well, this is the starting point. What I can share with you from my country, the Netherlands, in our second chamber, which is where our national policies are made, we have 35% women. So we're sort of getting to that 40%, and they say when you're at 40%, then the representation will continue by itself. So you have to reach that 40%, and then you're good to go, sort of. So we hope next year with the national elections we will reach that percentage. However, 28 parties are involved in this second chamber, and only 25 are run by women, which is a pity. And then in our local municipalities, we only have 1/3. Well, there's even 1/3 of local municipalities that don't have any female member at all. So when they're drafting policies, there's no woman involved, nothing, not in healthcare, not in public spaces, nothing, IT, nothing. Well, it's interesting to see how many steps we still have to take. All right, I heard that all my colleagues are here. Anna Carvalho, could you? Yeah, you were here before, but could you maybe shortly introduce yourself to me and the listeners?
Sure, I can. So I'm Anna. I'm 23 years old, and I was born in Lisbon, Portugal. I studied engineering, and I just finished my master. And now that I finished the master thesis, I have some time, and I chose to dedicate it to Volt. So I lived for 2 years in Germany, and there I started my own tiny city team, and I learned a lot about the German way of doing politics, which was really useful. And now that I'm back to Portugal, I am very happy to be the Secretary General of Volt Portugal and working with an amazing team, getting Volt started in Portugal. And yeah, I would say that I have a not so secret passion, which is the fight for human rights, and that's why I'm here talking about gender equality.
Great, thank you. Marcela, I thought you are in as well. Could you please shortly introduce yourself to me and the listeners and viewers as well? Marcela, are you here? I think she's not here. All right, then we're gonna wait for Marcela. Let me just, where Marcela can just break in. She will be there soon. Okay, so Anna, one first question. Do you have an experience so far where you felt like you were really being disrespected as a woman? Not like where you really saw that gender bias in how people around you, maybe in the sphere of politics or your work, where you saw that they had that?
Yeah, well, actually, in my experience in Volt so far, it has been really positive. I haven't felt that much of a gender inequality in Volt Germany, and also in Volt Portugal, we do have kind of a problem with that, but we're getting better, and there's the worry about it. I think where I felt like the biggest that gender, as you said it, like gender discrimination was probably in university, because as I told you, I studied engineering. So in the engineering world, for a woman is not that easy. And so there was this particular case where I had a programming job, like an assignment, a programming assignment, and it was actually a group work. And I remember that I did most of the job because I love programming, and it's something that I really like to do, and I'm really good at. So I did most of the assignment, and I remember that when we were doing the presentation about it, the questions that were being asked were all directed at my workmate, and he was a male.
Yeah.
And he was one of those nerd-looking males. So the teacher was basically just looking at him and asking all of the questions, and most of the questions I was answering. So I don't know why he kept doing that, but it was pretty obvious that he thought that the other guy did the work.
Yeah, and did you address it at that moment? Like, did you say something about it?
Unfortunately, at that moment, I didn't have like the thought about this kind of issues. I was just like super confused. I was still young also, so I was just mad that he thought I didn't do the job. But maybe I should have said something. I think that's the point.
Yeah, well, here in the Netherlands, we also have a Women of Fault group, just like we have a Women of Fault group on the European level. We also have it at a national level. And there we speak a lot about how you can empower girls and give them the tools to address these issues when they are just happening in real life, because it's hard for you when it's happening, and you most of the time you want to do something but you just don't know what's going on. So it's a very interesting thing, and also to keep in mind for all the women listening, that it's okay to address it. Most of the time men don't even do it on purpose. So yeah, that's a good thing.
Totally agree with that.
Yeah. All right, we are still waiting for Marcela, but something is going wrong, right? She's not here.
I think we're having some
technical issues.
It's normal. It's a life thing.
And we have to admit her entrance? No. All right.
Perhaps you could say a little bit about Marcela?
Oh yeah, I can introduce Marcela to you. Well, I know Marcela already for quite some time because we were together in Budapest a couple of weeks ago, almost months already, beginning of February. In Budapest, we had the Women's Summit for Volt Europe. Marcela, she lives in Brussels, but she's from Czech Republic. She works already mostly her whole life in public entities, so not directly for the European Parliament, but she does work in working groups, committees for the European Parliament and projects. She is a mom of one, and she is very passionate about this topic. She ran for a candidate position. She ran for office in Belgium during the last elections. So she will also share something about that later during our call. I already saw it in her presentation in Budapest. It's very interesting and informative. Yeah, that's what I know about her. She has a bit more experience than we have. As you said, you just came from university, sort of, and I work a couple of years, but she has more experience. So it's also good to have her in this call when we can. I hope.
Yeah, it would be really interesting to see her experience doing politics and having a child, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, what I hear a lot is that the working conditions for women and especially mothers in politics are very tough. When you look at corporate life, more and more there are facilities for women to have childcare close to the office. Get shared parental leave, those type of facilities we are like developing. And in politics, I think that's still a little bit behind. There are not so many like that whole mindset changing is going slower in politics than in corporate life, which is interesting in my perspective. Yeah, you would think it should be the other way around, right?
True, very true.
Yeah. But now that's why we're here, to make those changes. Hey, maybe we can start a bit with, why is gender equality important today, Anna?
Yeah, I found that question really interesting, how you put it. Why is gender equality important today? Because I think that gender equality was important yesterday, 100 years ago, and will be important also in the future. Maybe today we are in a little bit of a different situation, of course, than where we were 100 years ago. So the reasons are definitely different. I would say that it's important today because first, we're not like even if in Portugal, for example, the conditions for women are better, much better than 100 years ago, it's true that we still have all over the world women that are suffering a lot in all kinds of conditions. So the fight still has to go on due to this. And also, despite seeing like good conditions in Portugal, as I was saying, it's still very far from where it should actually be. So we should have, as you were saying, more conditions for working women, for women in politics, and yeah, that still has some work to be done. I see that Marcela is here.
Oh, she
Hey.
is?
Yeah.
Are you here, Marcela?
Yes, finally I'm.
Woohoo!
I don't know what happened, but yeah, it was a bit of a stress at the beginning. For some reason, we had a technical issue. Apparently, it didn't happen the whole day, but it had to happen to us. But yeah, we will. I'm sure you managed already to give some background information. In the meantime, I was trying to follow on YouTube. And
okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. Did you hear us a bit? Yeah, so you did.
I heard. I didn't hear everything, but I heard a little bit. So you will just brief me now.
Good. Well, I introduced you to everybody, and I think that will be sufficient for now, because we are going to go further about your experiences, and then we will learn more about you once we're talking. Anna also introduced herself. We were just talking about why gender equality is important today. But yeah, what I would want to do now is move back a bit in how we planned it, and give you the stage for the presentation that you wanted to share with us. I already told the listeners that we had a short presentation from you in Budapest, that you have more experience in politics than me and Anna have. And we were there, we were very happy that you are willing to share your experience with us. So I would like to give you some time to share that now with us.
Okay, and to reflect on that. Yes, thank you very much. Indeed, in Budapest, we had a very nice event, and this is one of the initiatives that we have actually in Volt, that we want to empower women. And empowerment is also through sharing knowledge and organizing different events where women can find out about how to participate in politics, because this is something that we don't necessarily understand from the very beginning, how that process works and what we can do to engage, and how politics works, because it's always the question how at the beginning. So I think I would describe it from a personal experience, that getting into politics is something more of a personal journey that we need to discover ourselves. But it doesn't mean necessarily that we would not get also let's say extra input or knowledge sharing from other women that already went through that or started that journey to understand how actually getting into politics works. And there are so many obstacles that women have to overcome at the beginning. So especially when women are mothers, they have much more obstacles to deal with, because when you have a small child, it doesn't mean that they will have necessary time also for politics. So that will again is linked to the how much your partner or husband will support you to get into politics. So these are all the things that can only create the environment for women to participate more once they have even more obstacles like family. So and support of other family members, for instance, for babysitting and support, because I can say that I work more than ever. I am full-time employed, and I also want to be a mother that spends the time with my child, But at the same time, I also want to be engaged in politics because I realize how important it is to be to participate in politics and to voice the opinions that we want to share with. To represent our group and to let's say participate in those topics that are dear to us. So I think this is something from the beginning that I wanted to share, and maybe we can go into more questions or further debate.
Yeah, we sure can. Thank you for this start. My question that I was already like addressing with Anna is, why is it important to have to talk about gender equality today? Well, Anna, when Marcela joined, we were discussing that. You said it's important to have it now, but also in the past it was important, and it will also be important in the future. Can you maybe elaborate a bit on that for us?
Yeah, exactly. Like I was saying, so in the past, the gender equality issue and the fight already existed and was super important because it was the beginning. And as we know, women were in terrible conditions in those moments. So it's obvious then why it was important. Now it may seem not as important for some people, and I've seen those opinions around there, like, why is feminism a thing now? We already have equality. First, that's not true. As I was saying, there are still women in the world that are in very bad conditions. And second, if we just look around in our own societies, the fact is we still don't have equality. As you were saying, the amount of women in politics is not as big as men, and also in other areas like engineering, as I was saying, there's a lot of stigma around women. So of course it's still important today. We still have that fight, and I'm sure that it will keep being important in the future, because although even if we reach the equality that we are trying to, we will still need to maintain it. So still in the future, it will continue to be important.
Yeah, and how I also see it is that we have all the official pathways now. So there's an official mentality of we are equal, men and women should be able to do the same positions. We actually want that. And then when you look at the cultures in companies or what type of organization, so ever, it's still there's a big difference between what a culture does and says and puts as rules and what the official rules are. And I think that's a very important thing nowadays for gender balance. Like, it came from a mental a vision of how it should be, and now we're like really digesting it into our systems, and that's the point where we are right now. And that's why it's very important to keep empowering each other and to keep empowering that gender balance dialogue. What I see also a lot is that when there are mostly men involved, you get a very narrowed discussion, very goal oriented, which is good at some points, but it's also, especially in politics, very important to have that broader view on topics and to include change in your system, to include emotions. Not that they're gonna like steer the whole process, but to include it in how you're making your decisions and what is valuable for your party that you're working for and for the country that you're working for. Marcela, do you want to do you have something to add to our input?
Yes, yes, definitely. I was just thinking when you were saying why it is still important to really to fight this and to let's say to bring gender equality to that level where we would like to have it. It means that, for instance, when it comes to the examples of gender violence, especially nowadays during the coronavirus crisis, I mean, people are more together at home and families, and the gender violence, again, is on rise. And it has been an issue even prior to the coronavirus crisis. So it is something that we need to still address. And the problem is, especially when it comes to this topic, very few cases are being reported. And 1 in 3 women in the EU has experienced either physical or sexual violence. And this is very striking. And this is something that we need to take care of in order to change, because violence is something that it should not be accepted in the society. And we need to work on that in order to decrease the numbers and to have something that is not happening. I mean,
yeah.
That should
And you see that the domestic violence, it's also in a very private setting. So you see that the official rules might be changing, which is of course what we're aiming for. And then the digestion of those official rules into our day-to-day lives is even a broader task that we have, and a larger goal, and a very big one. Like that's where the work comes in right now.
Yes, definitely. One thing are, of course, the policies, and that the other thing is the implementation and what will be the instruments in the member states, or in particular in regions, or what kind of groups will be available to women to support them when they are in these situations, because this is something, it's very personal. And as we see, it's underreported, and this is something that is really difficult to tackle. I mean, but also it's not only the violence. There are different kind of issues as well when it comes to equal pay. I mean, equal pay still, women are doing more universities, finish more universities than men, and they are still on average 16% less paid than men. So this is something when we still need to advance. And the same comes when we are talking about how many women we have in the leadership positions of the top, the largest companies. It's around 8%, which is also a very small number. But I would like to also point out one important thing, that gender equality is something that will benefit the society at large. And it will not only benefit the women, but it will also benefit the men and their families. Because practicing gender equality at home, sharing the tasks, enabling women to have a career, to be able to go to work, and to also breathe out, not when the woman comes home after the whole day very tired, and then she needs to start the second shift. And when the men are sharing this, they also get closer to their children. And this is something which is very nice, because then the men are also drinking less, or they are.
How I see it, like we all have our spectrum of male and female qualities. And when we come to more gender balance, we get the chance to develop all those qualities as a person, instead of just only being able to develop yourself in a certain set of skills. And
exactly. And this is something, it's not only that the gender equality benefits, of course, as I said, the men will benefit from it, countries will benefit from it, and the companies. So it will, at the large, it will really benefit the whole society, because there are a lot of studies saying on that, when there is not only a gender balance working environment, but also diverse environment. We also should not, of course, disregard the link to the diversity. That also brings again success of the company. And the same is applicable to families, to anything. So men should not regard gender equality as a big enemy. They should rather see it that will benefit, that they will be benefited, and then everybody will be happy.
Well, how it links to what I wanted to introduce after is that what we have been seeing in the news in the last weeks is that the saying, like, all 6 countries with the best response to Corona are the countries led by women. So this might be an example of how gender balance in a national government result reflects in how it deals with very urgent issues in a country, but also how it deals with taking care of the weaker people in a society. It deals with unrest and panic in a society much better. But also with the equipment available for protection, both at home but also in the hospitals and in the vital industries where people have to go out to work. All these things were better taken care of in these countries, and I've written them down this afternoon. It's Germany, New Zealand, Belgium as well. Marcela, maybe you can later. Can you tell us a bit about good Did you see good examples in your country?
Well, definitely. I would not say it was a perfect example, but when we are talking about this, we should also clarify when it comes to how the crisis has been handled, and there were those countries that you mentioned. I think this is something very important, that the success story should be also given to men, because there were countries that handled the crisis quite well. So there was, for instance, Vietnam, the Czech Republic, where I come from myself, Greece and Australia, which actually were the success stories of men. But I think the important part, how the crisis was handled by those women, was particularly paying attention that they started early. So the early introduction of the restrictive measures, they were also very, let's say, compassionate, and they also talk to the nations and stress the importance of keeping these measures in order to not to get sick. And they were really successful in let's say, sharing a compassionate message towards their nations, and then applying quickly the restrictions. We can see that after several weeks, they already are opening up, like in New Zealand, and slowly they are lifting the restrictions. They had only 3 reported cases. So I think we can apply this to several countries. Many of them, they were also women, but I think we should not completely say this is only to be, we should only point out that these were women. I would not like to say that women are better maybe at handling the crisis. There is, we have success stories of men as well, so we should not, for those ones that are listening, the men, we want to also say that there were many men that were handling the crisis well as well. Here, when it comes here in Belgium, we have a female prime minister, so I think this is something. I think they were a little bit waiting for introducing the restrictions. That's the reason why we had quite a rise of the infections. But I think they were the first to close the borders, and they introduced, one of the first countries also to introduce the lockdown, although they waited a little bit at the beginning. I think it was quite a success story. We will see if opening now and lifting the restrictions will help out the spread. I hope. I would have rather waited, actually. That's just my personal opinion, but we will see. I would not completely give the success to women or men. We will see in individual countries how it will develop, because we don't have.
And also it's important what you say is that it's not a man or a woman doing it. It's maybe more the values and the way they do their work, like both going forward and reaching goals, but also really being aware of what do we have to do to keep everybody safe. Like having that balance in your priorities is very important. And having a
I was just gonna point out that I think that both Isha and Marcela, I think your point is more of the diversity. I think what is important is not that there's just men or women or people of color or LGBT people. It's that there is all of them working together, and perhaps we attribute the best case scenario to the women in work, maybe because they are more visible. For example, But I'm sure that in all other cases where things worked out correctly, there was also a huge diversity in the teams. And I think that that is the most important thing, is diversity. And it's proven in like, it's scientifically proven that diverse teams do the best work. So I think that's the biggest point here.
Yeah, thank you. And but let me elaborate a bit on that, Anna. When you say diversity is working and that makes the best results, how do you think we should get this gender balance topic into social media, into popular press? Because it becomes very quickly a thing of men against women, women against men, and we are all three now stressing we want it to be like a shared responsibility to create more gender balance. How would you say, Anna, how should we publish it, but bring it to the front line, this gender focus?
Yeah, as we were all agreeing in, there's a little bit of echo.
Yeah.
Or Marcelo, maybe. Yeah, thanks. So we were all agreeing that diversity is the key issue. So I think we should try to bring that to the front of our movement, that we want equality through diversity. So we're not trying to surpass men. We're not trying to conquer the world as women and kill all the men. No, we're trying to work together, and that's what we want. And yeah, as you were saying, increasing visibility in social media, in the mainstream media, I think it's a really good way to do it, and make sure that the idea of diversity passes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Can I just react to
yeah,
it?
please.
What just came to my mind, of course, I absolutely agree with Anna, but I think this there is one important aspect that men have to realize themselves, or with us, I mean, while we are raising the awareness of their privilege, of their male privilege, or maybe being a white privileged man, being in this dominant position and in these positions of advantages in different kind of spheres of society, that they need to realize themselves that they are in this position, and as long as they don't realize that, it will be very difficult to let's say work with those men, because usually what or not usually, but sometimes in some cases we see that men get aggressive, they feel attacked, and this is something that we need to find out a way how we could actually pass the message to men, that they will not think as when they wake up in the morning, who they see a man, but they don't realize they see a man which is a privileged man.
Yeah, yeah. We were talking about that in the beginning, with Anna and me. Like when things happen to you in your working life, where you feel that privilege of that man, like next to you or opposite you, that he is not aware of it. How can you address it in a non-violent way? How? Yeah, that, and I was telling Anna, like, we should really train each other and support each other to communicate, to get the skills to discuss this topic in a good way. Do you have any tips or experiences on how to do that?
Maybe Marcela, you do have some experiences in it, right?
Well, experiences, I mean, we need to talk with men and talk about it in a relaxed way. And I think realizing the problem is that many men, they don't even realize. So pointing out these things, that they are in this privileged position in a friendly conversation, it's already a good start, I believe. And I think I have very let's say understanding partner, and without him I would not be where I am today, because he was the one who always supported me. But I will give an example, very funny example. When I decided that I will run for an office, I asked him, what do you think? Shall I run? I mean, what do you think about it? And he told me, I think you should wait still. You don't have the experience yet. And the moment he told me, I realized, oh no, I do have the experience. I'm not less experienced than any other man that is running, right? Because we still need to learn this.
Very nice, very nice.
So these are just funny examples, but bringing this topic into our homes, into the conversation is something sometimes very funny, when we realize that actually we don't need to underestimate our skills and abilities.
And also that when you address it in your personal life, for example, the answer doesn't always have to be a very supportive, oh yeah, you can do it. Also an answer like the one that you were now saying can be something like that. It's suddenly really clear. Yeah, I am ready. Like whatever. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you be? I think it's friendly conversations with the people that you know. So trying to like spread the equality issue in the people that you know, and through normal conversations. And also, and taking back what also Marcella said a while ago, it's a lot about education, and education while the people are still very young. We maybe in school or something we could start talking about gender issues and educating people, and men and women, that it is an issue and needs to be addressed. And I think education is really the answer to most of our issues, actually.
Yeah. In here in the Netherlands, we are currently like drafting the policies for a lot of topics, but also in education, we stress that the gender balance should be addressed there. So where you, for example, would give girls for national holidays like dolls or whatever, and guys like these small cars to play with, only those small things, they already have an impact on how we are developing as human beings. So from the early stages onwards, we have to really be focused on it, to change how we are acting as human beings later on in our lives.
Yes, definitely. I just wanted to jump on this because this is something that something came to my mind as well. We, as the education is a key to everything in many different areas. But of course, it starts already in a very early time when we have our small children. And I have a boy, and I have been since the beginning educating him and teaching him to understand that women and men are equal. And this comes already nowadays. Many young people, they already are aware of this. And this is not such an issue for younger people. Of course, it depends always on the education, on the socialization and the way the person is raised in its own family. Of course, there are still differences across the member states. Let's say the Eastern and Central European countries, they're still, let's say, have a longer journey to do, but it's been changing, and we can see these changes. And it is up to us also, the mothers. How are we going to educate our sons to be more understanding of women, that they are equal and they have the equal rights, opportunities, and possibilities in order to pursue their full life, and to be successful and to do whatever they wish to do.
Yeah, like also what we are discussing, it has to start from the private sphere. So especially when you're raising your children, especially that moment is the most important moment, where you set the stage on how they will deal with it. Yeah.
This is a combination of both. We need to combine for everything. The role of the family and the role of the school is important, and in that we need to combine. Of course, education is not, let's say, the competence of the EU, and this is a little bit of a problem. But I think we need to through different kind of. I think certain things should be included into the curricular, like gender equality should be part of it.
Hey, and you said in Czech Republic it's already changing. Do you see that the gender balance is also like that it's getting more balanced? I also see that I have to close my curtain a bit. Sorry.
Yeah.
So that you still see me.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I would not say it's perfect, but it's definitely changing. I know that, of course, these things are getting across the borders, and people are learning a lot of things. And I mean, gender equality, of course, it's a topic that is being also discussed. But of course, still, in many cases, the traditional norms in the families are persistent, and this is something where we need to still make a progress. So they are advancing definitely, but it's not as it still should be. We can see when it comes to the numbers, how many women are in political sphere, in the parliament, and yeah, the numbers are simply smaller than when we go to the numbers at the European Parliament. It's already much more advanced.
Hey, and Anna, how is that in Portugal?
Actually, I think we've been doing better in the past few years.
Okay.
So I know that for example, in the parliament in 2015, we had around 30% women, and I think it has been rising a bit. But yeah, of course, it's not 50-50 maybe as it should. And what I would say is that the diversity, not only in gender but in other kinds of issues like people of color, and also like people with disabilities and all that, has been rising a little bit. So I think it's starting to look better, and we're starting to look at countries like Germany with such powerful leaders, women leaders, and also Belgium, as Marcelo was saying. And I think we're trying to follow those good examples.
Okay, all right, good.
I think what is also quite important that in some countries, like in Belgium, we have obligatory parity when it comes to political participation. So the lists are gender balanced already by law.
Okay.
And this is something which is not a matter, of course, for every country. So this is which I believe is a very important tool, how actually to give the opportunity to have gender balanced list, and then there will be, of course, naturally more women participating in the elections.
Yeah. Yeah. And when we look at the topics that are like in our day-to-day news feed coming from governments, what are the topics that are missing at the moment that would be more in the news or more in the public debate when we would be with more women? Like, do you really see that we are missing certain topics in our public debate nowadays?
I think we could speak more openly about, for example, harassment in the street, in the workplace, because it happens, and it happens to every woman. Like, and I think, and sometimes I'm talking with my male friends, and I speak something about like an harassment episode, and they are just staring at me like, really? Did that happen? Like, and sometimes even myself try to normalize it because it's something that happens so often. So I think we should definitely speak more about harassment, about underrepresentation, and of course that's what we're doing here now. And I would like us to speak a little bit more about intrinsic discrimination. So like those kinds of discriminations that we have, but we really don't know that we have. And I think that's a really big problem with gender diversity, is that we ourselves, even as women and also men, have this internal discrimination that we do in our everyday tasks, in our everyday choices, that we don't realize. For example, it's really common to hear that when for example, HR people are hiring, they tend to hire people that are similar to them, and because we have a lot of men in companies, they tend to hire men, and it's this intrinsic discrimination that I think would be cool to study a little bit and to talk about.
All right. And maybe get more tools on how to address the results of that intrinsic. Yeah,
of course.
I just want to interrupt. I think we have a couple of questions.
We
have been so sucked into the
caught up
debate
in our discussion
that we completely forgot that there are some questions. So shall I read it? We have a question from Flora Kiprianou. Hello from Cyprus. How about women and who underestimate other women having internalized patriarchy's norms?
Yeah. What about women who underestimate other women having internalized patriarchy? Like if...
Could you repeat the question maybe?
So, how about women who underestimate other women having internalized patriarchy norms? I don't know if I understand very well the question.
Maybe it's like because some women do have these internalized patriarchy norms, and so they tend to minimize for example, the feminist fight. They tend to undermine and
and how we should deal with those women.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think again, education is the answer, and having conversations about this. And also, it's really important to try to put yourself in the foot of that people and trying to understand where they're coming from, and then personalize your answer and it's called deep canvassing. You try to personalize your answer and to tell them, like, so you feel this because of this, but don't you think? And while you make these questions, try to go step by step and make people understand where the problem is, and make people get to the problem by themselves. It's really important that they realize.
Yeah, and to help them help is like they need help, but to really go step by step through the process of like where you are coming from with your perception, and get them along on your road in reasoning. I have it at work quite sometimes, people that are like girls, women around me that don't see the gender topic as relevant nowadays. And it's very important to just be open and to allow them also to share how they see it, because only in that way you create a positive like vibe also between you and those women. You most of the time have to work with them, but also a positive result in the future on what you can improve and how it can change your working conditions or whatever conditions.
Yes, then definitely. I think this is something which is happening, and actually I've seen it also as in many debates that women were saying, yes, but we don't need the gender equality. I mean, we don't need someone to speak up for us that we are weaker or that we are incapable. But I think this is not something that we need to speak up for someone who is not incapable. We are just trying to address the issue, and this is something different. And this brings me just when I saw this question, that also brought me to some something that is also very often happening when women get to a position. They tend to have the honeybee complex. They don't want to empower other women alongside. And this is something which is crucial that we need to do in order to empower other women. I mean, in order to create this gender balance, we need to also bring the women together. So there is maybe a next question that Flora had, and do you have some advice on how to raise pro-equality kids not only gender equality, but also equality towards other races, LGBT community, etc. That's, I think, I can reply to that because I've been applying that at home. So for me, I'm not raising my son only pro gender equality, but of course pro diversity. And given the fact that we are living in Belgium, I mean, in Belgium, the society is very diverse. There are people of color. There are different religions and different really people of different racial backgrounds. So we are let's say living side by side with all these people. My son was going to a school where they were children from different countries of different origin, children of color, and for him it is something completely normal. And I'm always, I mean, we don't try to make ourselves that we are different. It comes already to the fact when I am telling him that he is the same as a girl. Only when he is a bad boy, then he's a bad boy. But it doesn't mean that there should be any other difference between sexual preferences, or that we should regard people. Everybody has its own choice to do whatever he or she wants. And also our children have to understand that people have different choices. We are living in diversity, and that's something which is, again, benefiting the society at large. So this is, yeah.
And also when you're raising, I don't have any kids, but what I hear from friends is like that you and people that I really see as like that inspire me how they do it, by like allowing yourself to be open also in that reflection, and to be open in to other people, so that your child also sees that differences that might make you feel insecure are also okay to be there, and to feel that and to address it. And when you're insecure, there's no need to start to fight the other person, or to have a discriminative perception of that person. It's okay. We are all human beings. We have our weaknesses, our insecurities, and we have super valuable good qualities, like things that we are proud of. That's what I mean. So it's good for your child and for all of us to show that both of these secure and insecure emotions can be there and should be addressed within yourself instead of towards the other person.
Yes, I want to just say that question was actually asked by Vanessa Jesus, so I thought it was from the same person, but not. And we have one more question. What is your position towards feminicides? Probably is not a reality in Europe, but heavily affecting in Latin America. So this question we received from Aldo Robles Arevalo. Sorry for the.
I'm just gonna Google it now. Feminicides.
Feminicides?
Do you know what it is?
Oh, so it's like murders or people who kill themselves?
It's like a murder on a woman only because she's a woman.
Exactly. I mean, of course, murder of any kind is not acceptable. But I think probably women are, I don't know the statistics, but I would say that women are more sustained or more probable of being murdered for all that we've been talking about. We're kind of, we have all the harassment problems going on in our society. So of course that issue also has to be addressed. I think in Europe, of course it does happen, especially if we look at violence, like domestic violence, like Isha was saying in the beginning. The numbers are there still. In Europe, I would say it's probably not as bad as in many other places due to cultural issues. But of course, of course that there's like, I think in Portugal there's around 30 or maybe more even women being murdered due to domestic violence, and sometimes that is almost not seen. And there's cases where, for example, the murder is excused because the woman was sleeping with other guy or something like that, and that is like a real problem. And and that's again, that's the reason why we have to be on the streets and why we need to still be vocal about this, that this is not okay, and defend ourselves and defend the women at home.
Yeah, but and I also think that I hear some echo, but
that's me.
That oh, okay. that we can address this topic in a very open way, public way, and that is certainly not the case for a lot of women around the world. And we have to really, like, also for here in the Netherlands, for example, when people are saying, why is it still important? Well, it is important because when we are not there yet, and when we stop now, there are so many other women and countries that are not even starting. So it's like we're only at the beginning, in my opinion.
Couldn't have said it
Yes, definitely. We are only at the beginning. We are more advanced, of course, in the EU, but any crime, any violence against anybody, and we are not talking only about women, is unacceptable, should not be excused in any kind of context, especially, I mean, and when it comes to the feminicides, which are actually, let's say, gender-related crime to a partner, or should not be accepted at all. And this is something that for me, it almost brings me the goosebumps when I can imagine that these kind of things are happening, and we really need to still advance across the world, because there are countries that need to advance the basics when it comes to gender equality, not talking about what is happening at home. And we can see EU is the leader in gender equality, and still we have such a violence against women in our homes. So we need to address this, and this has to be also part of education, and we need to go out of the EU borders. Of course, there are many initiatives on this across the world, but definitely there is a bigger and longer journey.
Yes, it is. Well, Marcela and Anna, I'm gonna round off. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed and also thank you for letting me join. I really enjoyed it. So let's continue our conversation any other place in the future. Have a great evening. We're now opening our room for Eckhart and Anita. They will discuss the Citizens for Europe initiative, also a very interesting topic. I think they're gonna just take over as we speak.
Thank you very much, and bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Anna. Yes, hi. I'm leaving.
Hello, all right. Thank you for handing over. Bye-bye. So, hello, everybody. I would like to say a big hello to all those who are joining us, and I would like also to give my colleague Anita the chance to introduce you. Could you say a few words about you?
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Anita. I'm the co-lead of the World Academy with Eckhart since February, so very recently. Previously, I've been involved in World Hungary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are now doing the webinar about the topic EU citizen involvement, and I will share my screen so that you see the presentation. We have prepared a webinar for today. That means we need your involvement. I show you what that means. So hi folks, now we come to the agenda. We are currently in the introduction, and we are, so Anita and me, we are communicating via a Zoom call within each other. And I will share this Zoom call link in the YouTube channel. and you will be invited to join if you want to explain something. This Zoom call you will be then put on the stage, and you can explain your ideas. And I will show you what we have in our mind with the ideas. We want to do a brainstorming using a Google Jamboard. I show you what a Google Jamboard is, and I will also share this link. A Google Jamboard here is a digital canvas, and a digital canvas allows that you can place a note. And a note you get here, you have the panel on the left side. You click on that panel, and then you can write something. This is a note. And then you say save. And then you see that this note is placed. And this can do everybody who has the link to the Jamboard, Google Jamboard. And I will now, in order to give you the chance to join, share the two links with the on the YouTube channel. So let's go here. This one is the Google Jamboard, what you see. And the second link is the Zoom call. Let's see whether it works. It's the first time that we do it like that. So the Jamboard here, when you click on the Jamboard link, you see you get access to the Jamboard and can place some of the yellow notes or other color. And if you click on the Zoom account later on, my colleague will hand over you directly to us from the backstage, and then you can explain your post. That is the idea. We will see how it works. We see that there's a little delay in the YouTube, but we will see how it works. And internally, the Volters are also invited. You can also join when you have seen on the workplace post the invitation. You can also join via that. Okay. I continue with the presentation. How does it now work? We are collecting ideas through brainwriting, and we are distributed over Europe. And with this digital canvas, it's a perfect method to give everybody, independent where the person is, the chance to contribute ideas, to discuss ideas, and to express opinions. And this is a culture which we want to promote. And in order to tease a little bit the discussion, we have prepared questions. Here's the slide which explains it again, how you can place notes. So here's the Google Jamboard. You click here on the left on the symbol with the note, and then you can write a note. And every time, please write your name, or at least your initials. Better is your first name, because then we can talk to you directly. So now the questions. Let's have it. Anita, if there are comments popping up in the YouTube channel, you can interrupt me and we can talk about it, right? Okay, so the brainstorming teaser questions. We have prepared 6+1 teaser questions around EU citizen involvement. So the first one is, what are key participation principles? So what would you say when EU citizens have the obligation or the right to participate? What should be the principles of participation? Should the EU citizens, for example, actively been asked, or is a citizen obliged to look where to participate, etc.? Or do you see even different principles or examples in other countries or continents? The second topic is about transparency. What does it mean to you? What would you say? Is there something which is fully transparent or less? So what is transparency meaning for you? How would you define equality? Equality between EU citizens. We have gender equality topic. We discussed in the previous chat very many problems around that and also solutions. We have the topic with religion, political opinions, etc. So what is equality to you? Then another dimension is simpliness. When you want to participate, how simple must it be to participate? And the fifth question, efficiency. How easy should it be? With which much effort or no effort should be there to be able to participate? The sixth question is, what do you expect of communication? How should you be informed about participation? Or what would you say, how should the citizen be request information, etc.? So what would you expect from communication with regards to EU citizen involvement? And if you have any other ideas, then we have a blank canvas where you can put any other idea about that. Anita, would you like to add something to any of these points? No? Okay, I see you're fine. That's great. Okay. So then, okay, so I see here Paolo is saying, could you share the links? Yes. What would you expect, Paolo? Could you write that?
I have just shared the link. Okay.
Good. It's in.
Yeah, I just shared the link on the chat.
Okay. All right. So probably. Okay. You're connected, but he's not yet on the Google Jamboard. Okay.
Do you see my comment? I'm like I tried to share at least a link in the live chat section.
Okay. So I have a question to the backstage, to Michael. How many listeners do we have in the chat? Is this, could you drop me a note? Okay.
Thank you very much.
So now you should have the links, and you put them, you publish them on the YouTube channel. That looks weird. Okay, I see that Catherine is there. Great to see you. Okay. So, is Catherine on stage?
Hello, Eki.
Ah, hi, Catherine. Nice to meet you. Long time no see.
A long, long time.
A long, long time, I tell you, right, true. So we're currently here on the webinar about the EU citizen involvement. And we want to run brainstorming and have the 6+1 teaser questions. I I would be really curious about your feedback, your opinions about several here of these points. For example, if we talk about participation, what are the participation principles you are expecting or you are requesting when we talk about the involvement of EU citizens? We have prepared a Google Jamboard. You are very much invited to join the Google Jamboard as well. The link should be published now by Dominic. To write something down and then explain your idea. That would be great. And here everybody is invited to do so. Who is joining the call? Please write down your ideas and explain why you, for example, request something. I make an example. I will drop a note on the first. I'll write a note for the participation principles. And participation should be requested by every EU citizen. And not only requested, shall be requested, and an obvious right of every EU citizen. So now you see the yellow mark is on the yellow note is on the canvas. You can enlarge it a little bit to make it more readable. And I made a mistake because I did not write my first name. I put that here. And now I place it. And with this, a general one, the participation should be requested by and an obvious right of every EU citizen. So that means every EU citizen should be aware that every person has the right to be to participate, and every politician and every citizen should know that everybody has the right to participate in political processes. So I would now invite you to try it out, to click on the note here, on the sticky note, and place an idea. No matter whether it's not perfect, you can explain a little bit and then rephrase it, but try to make it as short as possible. I go back to the presentation. You see these are the 6 questions here. +1. And if you look on the Jamboard, you see you can here go to the next frame, and then you see the next question is here in the center. What does transparency mean to you? Or do you go to the 4th canvas? How would you define equality? Or you go to the next one. Why is simpleness important for involvement? Or you jump further. What is and how do we achieve efficient involvement? 7th, what do you expect regarding communication? And if you have any other ideas, you can place it here. 1 mark when, while you are thinking about your post. After the session and after we have explained all the contributions, we need 15 minutes break in order to cluster the information, to prepare themes, and then to prepare a vote, because then we would like to use your ideas and to identify what could be the most important vote there. So I got a request that I should share a password. Oh no, I think it's a problem. Okay, good. There was a message dropping in, but it's not there. So let's see. We see here Anita placed a second one, a second sticky note. Citizens should put back to the core of the European project. Therefore, transparency is one of the key elements of it. So here is this is about transparency. So it would also work very well if we put it here. Anita, is that correct? Yeah, okay. So what I do now, I copy that, transfer it to the transparency. And now we have one sticky note on the transparency side. You see now we have one here on the participation principles and one here on the transparency. I enlarge it a little bit so that it is better readable.
Sorry guys, just a note, the link we shared was not a link that could be edited, so I reshared the link with editing rights. If anyone needs it, please raise voice.
Okay.
You have to change the settings, but I changed it and I shared the new link already, so I see people already entering the Jamboard. No, like here you.
I think that is then the right one. So
No, you needed to change, like it's still on view with this link. I can, if you go back to the change.
Yeah. There we go.
And then you scroll down and you want to know, then there, like the can view has to be edit right.
Now we have it. Yeah, my mistake.
But great. Thank you very much. And sorry for interrupting.
Oh, no, perfect. All right. So, Catherine, would you try to place a sticky note?
You know, I would love to, but I'm unable to join for some reason. So, but I think one of the participation principles, maybe you can help me to put one on there.
Yeah.
I think participation comes with a clear objective as well. Like, what am I participating for, and how will my input be used?
All right. So you need, this is on transparency more. So how is my input be used? Is that what you?
Well, I suppose that when it comes to the principle of participation, participation for me also means that I know the reasons why I am participating and what the end goals are. And I think sometimes they can be very vague. They can be very vague, as in, let's change the world. And I think one of the big triggers is to know exactly what is it that I'm participating in. For me, anyway, I like to know what my time is being spent on and what my voice helps doing concretely.
Okay, so you try to rephrase. You want to know what do you trigger? What do you change with your participation? What do you influence? Is that right?
That's a good summary.
Okay. What do I influence and change with my participation? To be clarified or to be confirmed. I write it like that. If you confirm, what do I influence and what is changed? And what does change? What do I influence and what does change with my participation? Question mark.
Yeah.
All right, that is a good one. Thank you. I like that. Very good. I like that because that is absolutely true. On the one hand, we request the right to participate, but on the other hand, is really the question, and what happens then if I raise my voice? What is then really, do I have an influence on something? And that is the fundamental right. So it is not only the right to participate, there must be an impact, something, and the voice must be heard, and people must react. Politicians must react on that. Okay, the second one. Yeah, please, Anita.
I ran through it again, and I think transparency can be also considered a principle, like as a base for participation. So I would leave it here as well. It should be a basic principle for any sort of participation, citizen involvement, transparency. So if you just go back to the first, no, you don't have to move it. I put it again on the first board.
Here.
Just like that.
Okay.
Yeah. The principle of transparency.
Yeah. So you say transparency is one principle of participation.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you explain, would you say must it be transparent to everybody that you participate, or what would you expect?
Transparency of the institutions, transparency of processes, transparency of background processes, foreground processes. There are like so many levels of participation. Like state level, regional level, like citizen level as well. So I think transparency is the key of every democracy, like every democratic mode of working.
All right, the connection was a little bit up and down.
Clear processes, why we are organizing what, how we and who is responsible, who gets.
All right.
It means so many things. Like the processes, it must be transparent in the end.
Okay. All right. I see. That is absolutely true. Though there must be when there are activities, the activities must be transparent. So who is involved, and so is that what you say?
Yes, exactly. What is happening and why and like how.
Okay.
So people understand the process itself.
Why and how? Yeah. All right. Processes is a good point. Okay. Very good. Okay. Now I see that several people are joining the Google Jamboard. Question is, did I change the sharing right? So anyone has a link to text no sign required. Good, that's good. And can the people now edit the? Anyone can view? No, it's still wrong.
No, we cannot still edit.
Okay. Now you can edit. Okay, please try now. I thought I changed it, but they are still. Now try to place a note somewhere. Go here. This is on page 1. And while the others try, I would also, I need to quickly talk about the second sticky note you made, because you say citizens should be put back on the to the core of the European project. So your opinion is that we have lost a little bit the view or the touch to the core of Europa or the European project. Is that your impression?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, at least from a Central European point of view, citizens feel like Europe is something far away. They don't feel that like Europe is here. And it's because lack of information, lack of transparency, and lack of involvement. I mean, we vote every once in 5 years, and that's the only time they hear about Europe. At least I'm saying like this from a Central European point of view. So I think that has to be improved.
Good.
And again, I think that there are so many, top-down processes within the EU that has to be changed. Like I believe in, in the citizens of Europe. Therefore, processes have to be built up from the bottom. Like Tunisia, for example, that's a perfect, example. The European Citizen Initiative. Citizens together wanted to do something, and they bring it on European level.
Okay, I think that you're fully right. This is we must have this this consciousness, and we must also value that what we have with Europe, and we don't lose these out of sight. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's the idea of like a Europe of citizens by its citizens.
Yeah. Okay, I browse a little bit through the canvas. There I see Lesia one. Okay, that is good. I come to that in a second. Here, Anita, you made another one. Good. All right. Okay, jump to the first one. Here we have more. Paolo. Okay, great. I would be tempted, Lesia, we come to you second step, and we start here on the first slide with Paolo. Paolo, if you can hear us, could you raise your voice and explain why you have placed this postfix? What's behind that?
Here I am. Hi, Eke. I'm Paolo.
I can hear you. Nice to meet you. Great that you did join the call.
Yeah, I had some problem having the rights to find the link to enter in the, but
Yeah.
now everything works finally. I'm happy. So
Thank
you
you.
asked me what are the key participation principles, and I think one of the participation principles is to feel free to join in and to drop out whenever you want. Otherwise, it's not a real participation. I mean, maybe something that we used to say that is obviously, but actually there are some moments or kind of participation where you are in some sense forced to join for psychological aspects. I mean, and so I always think that this should be always how can I say um, a fixed point. Other people should understand that in any time people could say, "Okay, I drop out." This is the real participation that you are able to join in and drop out.
So you would not say, for example, votes. There must be. There is it is mandatory to go to an election. It shall always this participation shall be the person's choice, free choice. So every participation is a free choice. It's an offer. It's a right and an offer. So you have the right to participate. It is an offer, but it is not mandatory. Everybody can choose or not. I think that's a very true point. I think it's one of the foundations we have in our society, that you have the choice, that as an individual.
Exactly. I mean, as you say, the vote is a very good example of this. Indeed, I truly believe that voting, for example, is something, it's a choice that you could make, but it's not mandatory that you go to vote. Because, for example, suppose in some countries where maybe you can just choose between one idea and maybe the same idea more or less shaped in another way, and you say, well, I don't find myself in these ideas, and then you say, okay, I don't vote for this. And it's always a way to express an idea also.
Lovely. And could you tell us where you are calling from?
I'm from Italy.
From Italy. Okay, good, great. Thank you. That I think is good. I noted here this the freedom to participate. It's an offer. And you have the freedom to participate. That is good. That's really great. Maybe we come back to that point later on. You will see what the others say.
Thanks.
I would. They have Catherine is very active. Very good. Now I would ask Lesia to explain equal opportunities for people to add their personal input. What are why did you post this sticky note? What are your ideas, your opinions here?
Well, the question was, how would you define equality? For me, equality doesn't mean that we have to be the same, but it means that we have to have the same opportunities to bring in our own representation, like to bring in our own unique voice and to represent that on a public field, like to represent yourself, to be able to share your voice.
Could you give an example, a way it works, or how to illustrate how you think this should be made in practice?
Like, for example, here in the Netherlands, we have quite some people from NGOs that want to address certain topics, and they just don't get the chance to voice their opinions and be taken seriously by the national government.
And for me, that's something that is really one of our basic rights in the Netherlands and in Europe, that all citizens should be heard and have the opportunity to voice their needs.
Oh, that's really super interesting, because if you would ask me, I would say you can go to a newspaper, you can go on the internet, you can share. What would you now expect from the government to support? What is your expectation?
Well, this is a very Dutch topic because it's concerning one of our national holidays. I don't know if you've heard of it, Zwarte Piet, Sinterklaas.
No, sorry.
Okay. Well, it's one of our parties, and it's one of our traditional holidays, and it's quite a racist background. It has a very racist background, and nowadays people are trying to change that so that the image of this holiday can change, and that we still have the holiday and the festivities that come with it, but the image has to change. And our national government says this has been with us for years, and they don't give these people the proper tools and opportunities to voice their opinion and to show what they need in this society.
I got it. So their opinion is more or less, from the government side, suppressed. So they don't, the opinion, no, we don't value that. It's please go. So something like that.
Something like that. Like, that's not how we did it, and these are traditions. But traditions, they are changing through time as well. So I think it's very important in that respect to really be open to input from all different people. Also, what we were addressing the last hour with that gender balance, a lot of the time it's just not accepted voices yet that want to be heard, and we should make sure in the European context, but also on a national level, that we value those voices, even though it requires change from our side.
Very important point, I understand, and it touches not only equality, it touches also transparency and the participation principles. It's really a very, very important point you're raising. That's good. Super.
All right.
Great. So, Anita, who should we ask now? I would be tempted to give Catherine first a new word on it must be genuine, verifiable, and accessible, that she explains a little bit. Would this be okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Catherine, would you help us here?
I think the word transparency can sometimes be abused. I think we use the word transparency and then we refer to, for example, thousands of people participated. The survey was open for weeks, for months. Everyone was able to participate. But if nobody knew that the survey existed, and if everybody knows that the thousands of people who responded to the survey was actually in a cluster somewhere, in not necessarily representing a widespread of society, I think. But when I say genuine and verifiable and accessible, it has very much to do with the public's access to the background information. I mean, we're now talking about open source systems. We're talking about how we can make sure that the software and the solutions that we use, that we understand how they come to be. And I'm particularly touched because in Denmark, we have what is aptly named a publicity law. It's literally called a publicity law. And what it does is it limits the public's access to the discussions and debates and correspondence that take place between civil servants and politicians in the making of law, in the day-to-day administration. And the argument for that was that civil servants shouldn't be bound by all that documentation,
Okay, so I would interpret a little bit like that. So transparency is not only a passive thing, basically it is, we have everything, but you have to go in the basement down there, you find everything. You want that the people bring it to the front. So transparency mean, okay, we have here people who are airing their voice. I think it's the same direction as Jesja said, airing their voice. And you have here the possibility to read that. We are absolutely transparent here. So it's not a passive, it's also you must actively be transparent. Is that summarizing what you say, or is it different? Do you mean something different?
I think I speak to the value of responsibility, that with transparency comes an awareness that you are also responsible for the results, and you're responsible for the honesty of whatever survey or legislation or whatever it is that the transparency process helps. And I think we can all benefit from more responsibility and more honesty, and those values are linked to me with transparency.
Okay, this has for me, so this notion of like the physicist who has to swear, I help the people. And now, and the officers, and they do this, in fact, they have this obligation also. They swear, I am transparent in what I do. I do everything to give the people the right to participate, and I promote this, etc. Is that, would that be the mindset you were expecting?
It is, yes, I would not disagree with that at all. I think it's for me, when I hear transparency, I hear sometimes it's a buzzword that we throw around because everything is supposed to be transparent. And yet at the same time, we hear that information is being shredded, information is being withheld, documents disappear, or it's being deemed national security or something like that. I think that I think we can improve the way that we create trust within communities, and transparency, trust, accountability, responsibility, those are in my mind linked.
Very good. I understand. There are clear values linked to the transparency topic. People must adhere to these values. Otherwise, we cannot trust, and otherwise transparency can be kind of corrupted. So that's a good point. There are values linked to that, behavior values that needs to be followed. Yeah, very good. Great. Thank you. Let's go on. Anita, if you have a point, we say we should have a specific one, then please direct me to it, so that I can share this as well. I see Marcella is putting something, but I want to jump forward to scan through. We have Catherine, super active, Paolo. I would be tempted to, we have a new one. I would say now we choose Paolo, you are next, but before we go with Samuel. Samuel, if you can hear us and if you are able to join, we would like to hear your explanation about this sticky note here. What do you say and expect regarding communication? Samuel, can you hear us?
Yes, of course. You see me?
Yes, and we see you.
Of course, thank you. Yeah, I think the message is what I stated. The European politics is remaining European, but European in this moment means European institution and all the people involved with it. So I think that European politics must become European, but European must mean European citizens. We need to know what happens in the parliament, what new things are approved or not, and yeah, I think that's it. Because a lot of people doubt on European Union because they don't know what they do, basically.
Okay, I see. Anita?
I just wanted to connect that this is something I mentioned before, that like people are not really aware what is happening on European level and like in other parts of Europe, and therefore information must be circulated in a more efficient way about Europe, about what is happening on institutional level. So I think we agree on this.
I think you're absolutely right. A wider and richer communication, I like this. It's already an emotion. So it's that the communication really shall designed in a way that it reaches people, and that the people don't have these doubts, as you say, that that the EU is a club and is not transparent. So the communication must be in a way that the people trust. Okay, I'm really a citizen.
Yeah, I would go even further. I'd say that we need to create a European common civic space, you know, like, of course, it's quite a challenge. No one has the, you know, the recipe that, you know, how we should do it. We are trying, but I think that should be a final goal where we get.
Very good. Thank you, Samuel. Super. Paolo, I like your post. It's very short, very clear, very punchy. Please explain us what is your statement about correctness with regard to communication.
Actually, actually, it's a kind of I was thinking about right now. It's a kind of philosophical answer because I mean, you know, I'm a scientist, so for example, regarding all imagine regarding all the information about communication about now the coronavirus and so on. So there were a lot of I would say hoax shared everywhere. So there was a problem of communication that people were receiving a lot of wrong things. Okay, let me say wrong communication, so wrong news. But then as I wrote, okay, my first point is correctness. But actually, after I wrote, I thought about that it's not easy to understand which is really correct. I mean, because clearly, if we talk about science, everything is clear what is correct and what is not, because science, most of the time, is clearly what is true and what is not. But if we talk about something else, okay, that could be also economy, it could be also politics, then deciding what is correct or not depends most on the subjective point of view. Because, for example, if I see something, then I can tell you what I see. But you could have seen the same thing, and you could tell me some different particular, something different that you could describe the same stuff in a different way. And so sometimes it's not easy to understand which is correct and which is not. And maybe this because of the different point of view.
I love your internal discussion, because you're touching correctness is really not so simple. It's absolutely right, and I feel it is linked with what Catherine said about the values. You must really strive for correctness. It is correctness means you try to inform people and try to do, okay, who are my people? Which information do they need in order to understand me? And then you have something which is, maybe you come into the term correctness, because sometimes I presented the fact it's correct, but nobody understands, because you need so much context information that it does not help you. So I think I still have in my mind these value topics. So we really must be responsible to communicate good, because we must understand who is in front of us and how do we need to communicate. And then we can talk, now it's correct. That's a super interesting point.
Yeah, but for example, I mean, so what do you think about the contest? The contest. I mean, once you start to speak about a news, okay, something that happened. Clearly, the context when you are delivering, so when you are communicating, influences the way people understand. So sometimes I'm asking myself, is the context so how to be aware of the context and being able to communicate in the right way?
That is always the challenge for every journalist, I assume. So that is how to convey the message. Very good point. I assume when we discuss it, we come back to that. Okay. Thank you. Great. Now we have we stay here on the canvas, if it's okay, Anita. And we go to Alexandra. You just posted here a new one. So learning to understand each other and be understood. That's really interesting. What are your thoughts about that? Why do you post this? Could you explain us this, Alexander? Can you join the talk?
Yeah, thank you. I think Paulo mentioned it a little bit before. So, but I think I want to point out that we have to get knowing each other, and we have to learn to understand each other. And I think it's a very active process on both sides. So, for example, there are a few things you can consider when you're talking with someone. And I think also yeah, we have to look at the background to understand to whom we are talking, and also for that who we personally are and how we are talking, for example.
That's super. This is exactly what Paolo triggered with correctness. And your point is exactly taking that. So we must understand to whom we are talking, and with that knowledge, we must adapt what we communicate, because then in order to be sure that the people understand us. Is this the idea you have in mind? We
yes,
must
exactly.
know. All right, perfect. Okay, but now in your post is something super interesting. Is because if I read it, learn to be understood. That is the point. Learn to understand. That is really challenging, because okay, you have languages, we can read books. That is very challenging. Because what can I do in order to understand politicians, or what can I do to understand scientists, or what can I do to understand carpenters when they do the work or make drawing, etc. That is something which is very challenging, I would say. But the point, learn to be understood, that is something which has also something to do with empathy, because you must understand to whom you are talking. And that is really a super important point, and it is also connected to correctness, and it is connected to the values of being transparent. A super point. Great. Thank you very much. I look on the other chart whether I see another one. So here's Paulo again. I would say wait a second until it comes to you, Anita. We have Marcella here on the simpliness. Marcella, would you give an insight about your sticky note? So simpliness means less bureaucracy and more action. This also leads to more efficiency. That's a super interesting post. Could you explore a little bit? Can you hear us?
Yes. Hello. Yes, definitely. I think the simpleness that can have different kind of aspects. And in order to be able to be efficient, we need to also remove all the bureaucratic procedures in the participation, and that will be also more digestible for people that participate. And also, of course, in any kind of messaging has to be rather simple, and yeah, we need to make it more easy tool how our citizens could participate, and how all the messages could be understandable, and of course how their participation could be, let's say, easy. It's all kind of interlinked. All these actually posters that you're giving, they are very interlinked, and you cannot really separate the process.
That is the interesting thing. Yeah, I fully share the point. Everything seems to be linked. The more we discuss, we see you can't see it in isolation. In your post, there's something super interesting. You say simpleness means less bureaucracy, okay, and then more action. That is super. Why is simpleness more action? Do you have? Could you?
Yes, because it's already, when something is less bureaucratic, it will increase, let's say, the success of the initiative, and that leads to the actually how efficient we can be, because bureaucracy can prevent a lot of things to happen. And the more bureaucracy we have, the least opportunities we will have to put something, to realize something, and we will be slow, and that will demotivate us. So
yes,
this is for me, actually all these post-its are very linked, and we cannot really talk about only one piece when this brings the whole picture. So transparency, that, I mean, in order to be able to have a very good participation, we need to have a transparent process, which will be efficient, which will be less bureaucratic, so that we can achieve something quickly.
Very good.
Efficient. So this is something that I don't know, when I'm thinking just about these words, we need something which will be simple for citizens. I think what people nowadays in the EU are complaining very much about is the fact that they cannot, they don't understand the EU. It's difficult. It's usually also the jargon that is being used. It's very much for people that are involved in these affairs. It's not for citizens. European Union needs to start communicating with its citizens and to its citizens. So this is something that are the aspects that need to be taken into consideration. And of course, it's been also mentioned that there has to be also clear messages, understandable messages, so that everyone can participate. Every citizen will understand what we are talking about and will have the opportunity, equal opportunity, to participate in this process, so that the person, the citizen, can influence something. And I think it should be there where we should be heading. The union should be the union of citizens, where they have its say. And I think one of the speakers was also mentioning it, that it should be the European discussion. It's happening rather at a this is like an institutionalized level, and we need to have a debate of European citizens. And I think this is where we are heading with the conference on the future of Europe. And I hope there will be a lot of opportunities for the European citizens to express their view, so that they can shape together the EU how they would like to have it in the future.
Your reference to the Conference of Europe is also a very, very good point, because here we can bring in many points we discuss here, we can bring in there, or we can experience it there. That's super.
I think it will be a great opportunity, and there should be a lot of possibilities for European citizens to participate, because I think this is maybe one of the first time in history when something like this is happening. And I think we should really push for this process to happen, because our European citizens need to have a voice, and they need to participate in a debate, because usually it is left to the politicians, and people don't have much say and or much possibilities to influence. And I think this should be, the citizens should be the lobbyists, lobbying on issues that are important to them, and they should be able to influence, express their voice in a simple, transparent process, where they will see the results, and that the politicians will have to be accountable on the promises that they made.
I understand. So now you're really expanding it. I see two hands. Maybe they can request you first. Anita, you were the first one. Catherine, you were the second one. Anita.
I completely agree with Marcela. I think it would be really hard for us to, find a way to make the entire thing less bureaucratic from one day to the other, but it should be a definitive call in the end. I'd like to not even just to answer, but discuss with Marcela on, the idea of citizen assemblies based on the solution principle. I mean, we have a few examples for that, like the latest citizen assembly on congestion in Paris, or like the continuous citizen assemblies in Scotland, or the ones that happened like 2 years ago in Gdańsk, Poland. They were all citizen assemblies where the like respective city leaders committed, you know, to realize the outcomes of these assemblies. Like I'm asking Marcela, like, do you see that as maybe a tool, you know, to achieve that goal that you just mentioned?
Thank you. Do you
Yes.
answer? Okay.
Yes, I want. Yeah, definitely. I think this is a very interesting tool that should definitely be explored more. How we could do it in practice. We have definitely. You mentioned that it's in some countries is happening. We have even here in Belgium. I believe it's at the local level. We have a movement or organization that got into the local level, which is called Agora, and they actually base their let's say involvement on citizens' participation. So for them these citizens' assemblies are crucial, and I think this is something that could be definitely explored for the future. How we could make this more practice when it has specific rules. And I think, I mean, of course, there are pros and cons, but for instance, there are a lot of different projects which don't have to be necessarily in that kind of physical meeting where everybody will participate. There can be also forms, let's say digital forms, where the citizens are asked whether they agree, for instance, that a tram line would be built in that area. So they can give their opinions on whether they agree, why they don't agree, of course, under a certain moderation. But I think the more people participate, the more input we can get and the more views on the issue, and get also a lot of background, especially, I believe, at the local level. So that can be largely used and should be used as an input, and for also giving the opportunity for those people that are affected by certain measures that they could give their view.
Thank you. Very good. Catherine, if you could raise your point.
Yes, I hear what you're saying about the, you know, everyone should have the right to participate, but I don't think that's enough to say that. I think that we as citizens, with so many things happening in our lives, family, commitments, health issues, education, work, there are so many different things. I think it is insufficient to say that we should make sure that people are or have access to things. Or I think we need to be much more demanding of our politicians and make sure that, or encourage a more outreach when it comes to asking for participation, because it's not enough, I think, to say that we should just that we should have access, or that we should be able to do things. We're busy people. Everyone is a busy person, and what we would like to the most is to trust that the people that we elect to do something for us actually do it. And I think there is so much evidence out there to suggest that we are in fact not being heard, and that regardless of what we do, there is very little being done. So I think one of the most the most heavy example are the climate marches, Friday for Future. I mean, they have been on the streets for more than a year, all these local initiatives, and yes, we're finally seeing something being done on climate, but it's being led by the citizens, because they choose to buy organic food, they choose to use more sustainable transport, they, as consumers, choose a more CO2 friendly way of life. And when we talk about having simple involvement, it should be simple for the citizen at its core to say that the politicians should come to us as well, and that our opinion should not just be heard as a tick of the box, just like we talked about with transparency before. I think the value should be that we expect our elected officials to have a genuine interest in representing and to care about the citizens in their district and in their area. And that's what I see as simple involvement, in that it is easy for the person to make their voice heard. And I think that demands a lot from the politicians and from the organizations and from the institutions that support the political society, political system.
Thank you. I noted that. So easy, it must be easy for the person to be involved or to participate. That I think is a very important short term, which makes it clear. Is it, Marcella? If you, I think it's not you are not disagreeing with that.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I think that we are. I think that when we need to be more demanding of our politicians, because us, the electorate, we're not dumb people, and we understand that there's a desire for people to make decisions over our head because then they don't have to engage. But the best way, and we see that in Volt as well, the way that you create support, the way that you create a buy-in, the way that you enable true understanding between people is the engagement. It is not disengagement. And I think that is the transition that we want to foster, is that we want people to say participation and access is not a bad thing. In fact, it can be the real driver for change.
All right. So by removing these barriers, so referring to your post, we foster and we simplify participation and the involvement. Very good. Okay, great. Marcella, is this anything to add, or would you say this was sufficiently discussed?
Yes, I would like to add, because I don't know if we were talking exactly about the same with Catherine, but she said that she doesn't agree that everybody should have the right. Well, I think the right should be for everyone. However, there should be also a way how we process, let's say, the input of the citizens, because it cannot be that a citizen will submit something which is completely irrelevant, for a discussion, or give an opinion that doesn't make sense, right? So this is there, and I think that brings me from what I was rather referring to. So are these projects that are happening at the local level in some countries. I've been in touch with one organization that are doing that. It's kind of a form of online citizens participation, as I said, on different issues, and there is always a moderation. So I think opportunity should be given to everyone, but of course it depends whether these comments or this participation or the contribution of those citizens is relevant and is valid, or it can be taken on board. So I think we need to look at different aspects of participation and how we are dealing with it. So this is just maybe to clarify.
I think that is, yes, you're absolutely right. With the questions, we try to explore different axes of involvement, but we see more and more everything is linked. I will look through the other canvas, whether we have a new one. Let's see. We have again Marcella here. Okay, there is not a new one. Catherine, I would like to take you on the what are key participation principles. You posted here to be confirmed. What I influence and does change, what I change with my participation. That's what we discussed previously. Yeah, this one with Marcella. Transparent, because we had these different posts on transparency. Marcella, transparency is closely linked to accountability. We had also the discussion with Catherine, who said there must be values. I think is your post going in the same direction, that people must apply the values and behavior, so accountability, responsibility, etc., everything, or do you have an additional aspect here in mind if you say transparency is closely linked to accountability?
Yes, what I meant there, it's very important when it comes to the elections and promises that the politicians made. So if they promise us something, we need to be able to find out whether they actually did that, what they promised upon, and whether actually if they did not, then they should be accountable for that. Because we gave them our votes, and we expect, if they say they are going to vote on certain issues, like for instance gender equality, or I don't know, whatever was the topic, or sustainability, push for sustainability, they cannot now show I will have in my electoral program this and this and this, and then I will not follow on that, because a vote doesn't mean that we just vote for them and then the process is finished. It is an ongoing process between the citizen and the elected politician that actually is the representative of that person and needs to actually be transparent in the activities and in all the let's say on the all the votes when it's in the parliament or wherever, and so that the citizen can see that there is any result, even if the result was not positive. We can see, and it should be also visible, how this person, let's say, voted, acted when a certain topic was discussed or important policy was voted upon. And of course, if the result is different, then there needs to be accountability to that, on that. And I think this is something that we have, that we are pushing for within Volt. And yeah, this is very important, I believe.
Super exciting, because that is the consequence. We know all there is now there's a campaign. The parties promise everything, then the election is done, then the parties get their votes and they get their seats, and then they don't walk the talk. They don't keep the promises. How should the accountability be realized? So if we say that we can, people can say you did not do what you promised. So there must at least, and I think that is the situation also today, be able to air their voice and their disappointment, for example. But what else would you see as a consequence if there isn't promise made and not fulfilled? Because next election, the party is probably not voted anymore. Or what is the solution?
Yes, I think this is a very important point, but a very valid point. But actually, I don't have a good answer to that, because I think that yeah, definitely the punishment will be that the citizens won't be able to vote, but it should be actually visible somewhere as well that they are not. Let's say they did not promise. Sorry, they did not. Did that what they promised upon, so that should have some consequences, and that should be like, I don't know, a black dot, or when in some countries you have when you are driving badly, you lose a point. So it should be something as a bad or whatever. I don't know. I don't have a good.
We have, for example, politician watch. So
yes, maybe politician watch. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that maybe that needs to be institutionalized a little bit more, so that the people have a look and say, here's a list of the promises made, and then they can make a check what is really fulfilled. Great point.
Maybe citizens check on how they deliver.
Yes, right. I think that's a good, super point, because then you make it measurable. It's not only I tell you something, I promise you, and then you don't fulfill it. It is then visible. I like that. That's good.
Exactly.
Super. Great. Paolo, you also had a point here on transparency, which is, for me, sounds very clear, but maybe we can discuss it a little bit. Transparency in some stuff is when I'm able to reach every single detail I would like to do. That is a super interesting point. Could you quickly explain what you mean here? Because I think we can discuss that.
Actually, Paolo had to leave the chat.
Ah, okay.
He told me he was really sorry, and then he said he's thankful for us to having.
Okay. Would you like to add a point here, Anita, on that one? Otherwise, we go.
Nothing more than I completely agree with Paolo, and I think it's super great that he put it.
Yeah, I think that is really a challenge to on the one hand to present every detail, but the requirement, here I am and I want to understand more, and you have to explain me more. This right must be there. I think that is really an important one.
Yeah, I think Marcela said a really important word, which is like deliberate decision. And I think that's one of the key features of citizen assemblies, that like usually it's like 4 days long, and for 2 days they listen to experts to get the right information regarding the topic, and then the upcoming 2 days they deliberate. So that's why it's called deliberative democracy. And decision making is made through citizen assemblies.
All right. Yeah.
So this can be a form of it.
Oh, yeah. All right. I just about I haven't. I think. Thank you. I think it's
yeah. Okay.
Okay. Great. Okay. Let's run through. So we have that one. This is the Catherine, Anita. That one we discussed. Okay. I think here we're through. Yes, there we are. Equal opportunities. We discussed that. Yes. Catherine. On the equal access means planning as well, not just duration and inquiry, but citizens can expect and plan to take part. Could you shortly explain what's behind your post here on the equality topic?
Yes.
Because you say equal access, it's good. That is also a dimension of equality.
Yes, I think I've come to realize that many of my points tend to converge on the same topic. Is that if you want input as well that isn't randomized or anything, I think it's important to advise and to communicate effectively, to say to people, look, in 3 months we're going to have a hearing or a massive pan-European debate on this particular topic. Just what is happening now with the conference on the future of Europe, for example. That is an extraordinary good example of what I think great equality is about, because the topic is being announced, which means people can start to think about it all over Europe. And I think that such luxury is not always afforded in smaller communities where, for example, you might have a challenge today and you need to have a solution by the end of the month, maybe, or by the end of the week if you're unlucky, or by the end of the electoral term, maybe. But what I find is really important is that people have the time to consider the impact of a change of circumstances. So to be clear, equal access means planning as well. So what I mean by that is that hearings, surveys, inclusive processes should be planned, should be communicated, so that people can have time to evaluate their own participation in that. Say, is this important for me? Is this something that I care about? Is that something that I want other people to care about? So that it isn't this stressful, a dramatic, hectic experience, but rather a deliberate, considerate, and truly inclusive process by giving people time to provide the input and to consider their response.
Very good, yeah. So being planned and being announced in timely to give the people time to participate, to involve themselves. I think that is absolutely a fair point. Very, very, very good. Super. Thank you. I'll go to the next slide. Let's check. Anita, I think to me, it also sounds very clear. People need simple messages that are easily understandable. But when we discuss that, simple messages, isn't there also the danger that some kind of connotation context could be lost? Or
yes,
how do you see this first?
Yeah, I don't mean the populist way of delivering simple
right.
Yes, I don't. But most of the people, as Catherine mentioned before, they have lights. They probably have like one or two jobs, families, and they don't have the time, to read scientific papers like every day to get the right information.
Okay.
So simple I meant in that way. That's like.
Yeah, I have Alexandra's post in my mind when you said we must understand to whom we communicate, and so it has to something simple messages for those who has no much time to digest or something like that, and easy understandable. It needs to be tested whether we really reach those who are we want to and we have to reach. So therefore, simple messages is, I think, very valid, but we must check that they really understand what we mean. I think that in combination with Alexandra's post, that is really, really strong. Super. Let's go to the next one. Paolo unfortunately has left. So he said, to achieve, you need passion and knowledge. That is interesting because efficiency is usually, you say somebody can be efficient if a person has the competence to do something, is able to decide very clear, and can do this with low effort. And I think that is really when you bring in the passion and bring in the knowledge. It's the same for knowledge. For Volt, we bring in our knowledge as a free of charge, because we have the passion to support Europe, and we try to bring in our knowledge. Therefore, I like this post very much. Anita,
exactly. I wanted to add that, like, successful people not only have the structured mind and the right skills, but they also have the passion. I think the right skills are not going to bring you to your goal without the necessary level of passion.
I really love that this is not just economically seen by Paolo, but he says you are efficient if you have the passion and the knowledge. So that's really super.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what we are trying to combine in the academy as well, I guess, or I hope.
Yeah, we have the obligation exactly to do it efficient. That people who have the passion, that we, if there's a gap, that we bring in the knowledge, or that the people who has the knowledge share it in the academy. So that is definitely the order or the task we have to fulfill. Regarding
Can
communication,
I say something?
Please, Marcella.
It's just when you are talking about it's something that it's not only, of course, what we are doing involved, but it's very much relevant when it comes to work. So if you are in your job and you love what you're doing, you will do it even better. And that's exactly connects to that what you said. So it's when we bring passion and the knowledge together, you are happy what you're doing, and that brings the result. The result will be better when you like what you're doing. So it's just something very small, yeah, but very important in order to reach a big goal.
It sounds maybe small, but probably it is the big truth behind everything. Because if you don't do things with passion, or if you do it with low passion, you can be. Would you share this? Is this what you say? That one cluster is here, that the people live the values when they work regarding, or when they're responsible for the involvement of people, so that they are communicating honestly, that they are enabling everybody to be to participate, so that they have that they swear like the physicists, I do what I can in order to treat everybody in an equal manner, and I support every citizen in taking his and her rights, etc. Is value something, Anita, you would say is a big important point?
Absolutely. I mean, we shouldn't do anything, without our own core values defined.
Okay. All right, good.
I think the world is already a value-based community, so we should just spread the word and lead by example, I guess.
Okay, great. Secondly, or is there a counter opinion somewhere? Someone who says values is here always, it's more processes or something like that which is important? No? Okay. Then another point is for me empathy. In terms of when you communicate, empathy, maybe it's not 100%. I am still have in mind Alexandra's post about the communication. learning to be understood, so that we really put ourselves into the shoes of those to whom we are communicating, so that the communication is really effective, so it achieves what we want. But on the other hand, so simple messages is one way that we must really understand whether we convey the right message. And here, this point of convey the right message, understand to whom you communicate. So the relationship between sender and recipient, that this is needs to be carefully understood. So the relationship between the sender and the recipient, that we are sure that if the citizen formulates something, that the politicians understand what they come from, and vice versa, if a politician answer, that the EU citizen understands what the politician has in mind. So I think we have improvement potential. Is that a point where you say this is valid, or is it too strongly said by myself, for me? Catherine, maybe if you can, the relationship, I'm looking for the important points. Take the values is a very important point. What I've understood is that the communication between the citizen and the politicians, or the citizens and the officers, that it must be efficient, it must be honest, it must be true. So we have a recipient, we have a sender and a recipient of messages, and this relationship must be well understood, and from both sides. So the citizen must understand what the officers think, and the officers must understand what the citizen needs. Is that a true important point, or would you say that it is not so important?
I mean, of course, it's important that there is clear communication and thorough understanding. I guess one of the key reasons why I'm sitting here today is that I'm not very happy with the way that that there seems to be some misunderstanding as to the priorities between what I want, perhaps, and what elected officials want from a personal perspective. But I think if we can maybe change the word from talking about politics to talking about how we want society to be, then the conversation all of a sudden becomes very different. Because if we talk about how we'd like society to be, then we have no problem using value statements such as trust, transparency, honesty, openness. We have no problems with applying such values to our society as a whole. So why is it that we are somehow have to apply different values to the relationship between the elected officials of our society and us, the voters? I think that's a very interesting dichotomy. So if we do not accept, if we start off by saying, I do not accept that there is a difference between the values applied to politicians and the values applied to the voters, then I think we have the problem and the solution right there. The problem remaining that we have in certain parts of the world, in certain parts of our communities, there are a mismatch, a misunderstanding, a miscommunication between elected officials and the electorate, and that has to stop. So how do we stop that?
And how to stop that? I understand the principal point, the wish, the desire, but the point is how to change that.
I mean, for me, it's very much about not accepting as a voter, to not accept to be glazed over or to be pandered to during election season. For me as a voter, it's about making sure that we, the electorate, are not afraid of the people who are actually part of our society. Just because we've elected them to something, we would like to think that we've elected them because they have values that we admire, or they have ways of speaking or ways of negotiating that we admire, that we might not have ourselves, that at some point represent something that we would like to see in ourselves, but that we don't have. But more and more, I think we recognize that being in the political eye is as much about being subject to a demographic analysis and a spin machine, rather than being able to engage meaningfully with us, the electorate. And that continuously divide between members of society is absolutely not the way to go. Perhaps it's the professionalization of politics that has made it so.
All right. I still struggle a little bit with how we make this real. I fully understand what you discuss and the problems. I still see how do we achieve that? That is my point. What can we practically do? Maybe I have the other point is that we follow up political promises, so that we make communication which has been done in the past, that we follow up on that, whether it is true. Maybe for example, even EU citizen is raising a point, a requirement, that it is visible. Is this requirement taken into account somewhere? Was there a debate? Or if there's a promise from a political party, then you can see later on, is it really realized? And by that, we eventually, this could be a mean to check whether the opinion is valued, or whether the promise made are really implemented. What do you say, Catherine?
Well, that's certainly a KPI that's measurable. I mean, you can definitely have a checklist to say, did they achieve these things? And then you realize that society consists of many different people with many different agendas, and there is a negotiation happening there as well. So I would be hesitant to demand success criteria as only if you achieve it. But I think the ability of people in electorate office to raise awareness about certain issues and to elevate opportunities and elevate solutions is not fostered so much, right? So I think one of the key things that I see, so what do you expect regarding communication? That is the key element here. Communicate the challenges, of course, of making things happen. That's fair enough. We live in a society where we agree or disagree, right? So we have to compromise. But every time somebody leaves a negotiation office, it's always the same thing. You're all kind of happy because you all kind of got something out of it. That's really great. But you shouldn't also walk into it saying, if I don't get everything I want, I have failed my electorate and I will resign, because those very strong opinions, those very extreme opinions, don't foster, in my opinion, a very collaborative society. We've seen it certainly here in Denmark, where we've had parties with very extreme demands. And I don't even mean left or right, just very extreme demands like cutting taxes incredibly much or things like that. So, and at the end of the day, they couldn't get their issues across, but they communicated as though they could. So there was a false promise that they tried to deliver, possibly because they wanted to please their electorate. They wanted to make sure that the electorate that voted for them in the past would continue to vote for them in the future, without realizing that society changes, right? So if you keep communicating in the future as though you were communicating to your past electorate, I think that's also a problem. You have to stay with the times.
Yes, but okay. But this is a political decision. As political party, you must decide which way to go. So here, I would not mandate, say, you are not allowed to communicate to your past people. So therefore, I'm not. Okay, but that's interesting. It's not that easy. I understand. I think the relationship between sender and recipient is a point. You also raise how do I communicate in terms of what is really important today, and the point you do with making things visible makes it also measurable. Yeah, okay. I still have the impression that making things visible, so there is a request raised, is it taken into account, or there is a promise made, is it fulfilled, is not a bad thing because it is transparent and it helps us to follow up politics better. What do you think, Anita? Do you have an opinion on that? If we say if there's a possibility of a citizen to raise a voice, it should be visible somehow. How is it decided about that? Because then you are part of the political process. Then I see that the new guy joining the call. Great. So these I think making something visible isn't it this a good method to have a transparent politic circumstance?
Of course, I think that's I mean, first of all, it's important that we're visible and like we need to raise our voice. Of course, I mean, it has to be organized in some way because just imagine if everyone, like goes, I don't know. Imagine you're a CEO in your office and like everyone goes because you want to express your opinion to the leader, So it has to be organized. I think that's why we have political parties, for example, together people with the same opinion, and then they elect, like the representatives who will transmit that message.
Yeah, very good. If we summarize this in a sentence, so make participation and political promises public and follow them up. I think that is an activity we could go. Great, thank you. So we have these 2 points. Let's see. Let's have a quick review whether this is really. So we need a wider communication. This is the quality in relation to the quality of communication. We need quality communication. That is a good point. We have this passion, efficient involvement. Now let's see. So we have the follow values. We make participation and promises public and follow up, and work on quality communication. This turns out to be as a very important point. We discussed about simpliness. I think the simpliness is it must be easy to participate. Everybody must be able, even if there are handicaps, must be able to do that. That means barriers must be removed to participate. So we then remove barriers for participation. If we have these 4 points, I read them. So follow values, make participation and promises public and follow this up. Remove barriers for participation and enrich communication. These 4 activities, would you say these are very important one, or would you say you would add another one? Because then now we come to the summary of all the discussions we made. I write it here on the first slide. Marcella, when you're still, if you're still in, how do you like these 4 points we raised here? Would you say this is something? So I bring them down. So the first one, the follow up or the lift the values, like accountability, etc. So that this is a very important point, because that has something to do with honesty. The second one, make participation and political promises public and follow it up to see whether the participation has taken into account or the promises are really held. The third one was on remove barriers for participation. And the third and the fourth and last one was make communication rich. which means communicate in a way that it is understandable. For more or less, that must be the target for every EU citizen. This is now shortening the discussion. How happy would you be if we take this as a result of our discussion?
I'm just trying to look at them once again to have them.
Yeah.
Yes,
please.
I think the values are very important because, as Anita said, we are a values-based movement, and we have to stand up to our values, and that actually they are the basis of the way we are actually existing. I very much like the participation and political promise public and having a follow-up. So that's the kind of the accountability there and the transparency, whether the politicians they promised upon actually delivered upon what they promised. And removing barriers for participation are also very important because, yeah, it can be, am I still there? Yeah, it can be very, of course, very difficult to participate, and there can be a lot of obstacles for many different groups of citizens to take part if certain things are not understandable, if it's very bureaucratic and too difficult to take part. And communication should be rich. Actually, the diverse participation of citizens will contribute to a rich communication, to a way, I mean, deliver rich messages, and also to contribute to the society at large. I think this is involvement of citizens is very crucial in order to hear also what our citizens think. It's not only decided at the top level, and also involving them into the process is very important, and that they can also understand what is being done, let's say, when
Right, which is the
from the political level.
And you see, I followed Anita's advice to give simple messages, but it is not that simple, because of what you described. It is not. It's really the try to find an essence, and this is often not because you say so many true things, and which is linked to that. And I just thought maybe we add diverse with communication, but the rich in the rich, you should find all this what you say, but it is not that simple, yeah.
But I think it's not, and it's not so easy to describe something which is quite complex in always a very simple way. I think we should a little bit separate the way how we describe the process. That should be understandable, but it should not be with complete easy and simple messages, because that's not always possible for everything. It's not applicable to every single process. So
absolutely.
I think the communication should be simple and clear and understandable, depending on the audience that we are reaching. But what we are doing is not always simple.
I write this down: simple and clear and understandable for the audience. Understandable for the audience.
And it means depending on the type of audience, because audience can be diverse. So adapted to the audience type, maybe.
And all right, not understandable, exactly. Adapted to.
Because we will be talking in a different way with people that have wide knowledge on the EU affairs, for instance. But when we are going to be in a place where we will have citizens, or let's say people that are working in healthcare, depending, of course, what jobs they are doing, we need to again adapt our conversation, depending, of course, on the topic and depending on the target audience, maybe how educated the audience is. So, of course, when we want to reach out everyone at large, we need to have very simple messages. That should be kind of a general rule.
Great. I think we found now a formulation which brings many of your ideas in. Thank you. It's very well said. Super.
Okay.
We have this new guy, I think Friedrich Schack. You have not joined too much of the discussion we had here, but you see now a kind of essence. When you read these 4 statements, do you like them? Can you hear us? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, Alexander. Oh,
when I
Friedrich,
see these,
sorry, excuse me. Well, the wrong. Now I see you.
When I see these values, I think that they are very good values. I think the key is that we are doing politics, and we think we're doing good politics. So we have a good message. We believe in what we do, and we think what we do is the right thing. And the entire purpose of everything is helping other people understand our message, and for that purpose it needs to be as easy as possible for other people to understand us and to have access to us, so that we can get a point across, and clear and simple communication, adapt to the right people, follow up on our promises, and make participation as easy as possible of the essential essence of citizen involvement. So I think they're great.
So you feel yourself and what you say reflected in these 4 statements.
Exactly.
Great. Okay, that's a very, very good and nice feedback. I have to admit, I'm very happy. Anita, would you give your impression when you see these 4 values, 4 statements? Is there anything to add from your side now after we have all the discussions? I think we come now to the conclusion round, and then say this, we found the essence.
Okay, so seeing these 4 clusters, I think I agree with everything. I think that's what we have been working on, to achieve the transformation where like the citizens are like the driving force behind it. And like everything that is mentioned here, I think it's something that Volt is trying to do, and I couldn't agree more with like everything said and collected here. And I think our goal should be to achieve that on a really on a European level, to have 500,000 voters, not 5,000, and practicing this.
Right. Okay, very good. Okay, then I think then we have really found something which is reflecting our discussion. That is good. I would say this is for the European Day and the European Week, and a good preparation. Maybe can bring in this also. You're tomorrow also on board. Maybe you can use this there as well. And I think we can now, if we make a final flash round before that, but also don't forget on Sunday we have another webinar on the situation on Hungary, so that's also an important one. So now we would say we have now really concluded here. A very quick feedback from those who are there. Marcella, how did you like the way how we presented that? It was a little bit difficult technically wise. I made some mistakes here in the beginning, but the format for the discussion and how we tease that with these opinions and sticky notes, is that a format which is useful?
I think for me it was a very first time trying something like this out, and yeah, at the beginning it was a little bit confusing. I didn't know how it will work. And maybe even I missed a little bit of the beginning of the introduction because I finished the previous session, so we had a little bit of a break until we joined back your session, so we maybe did not hear everything perfectly, but I think it's a very interesting concept, and I think we could explore that further, because if there is a large audience of people, I think it could bring a lot of good ideas. And yeah, I think definitely there are ways how we should explore talking towards our citizens and getting an input. And I know that there are other, let's say, pages or digital tools that they have been used for different projects. So I think it could be a combination of other complementary tools, how to reach out to citizens and get a feedback.
Yeah, great, very good. Yeah, we tested this also on Walt's birthday. There we had 35 people, and this worked also was a very intense discussion. But thank you for this good feedback, and it's true, we should combine more of these tools to get a better reach.
I think we should have maybe an app developed application which will be specialized for this kind of things, that it will be much easier also for the people to participate. It will be user friendly, and there will be maybe even other consultations, because I've been involved in a questionnaire. I think it would be good when we have, for instance, specific questions that we want to ask our citizens. We could do that through that, but it was just an idea.
No, very good. We take this already noted on our Vault Academy agenda, because that is one of the means we would like to promote, that these different ways to communicate and to collaborate, especially. Great, thank you. Friedrich.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Friedrich. Don't know how much you have seen here, how we worked. How do you like this canvas and the kind of discussion we have? You're still muted. Maybe he's off. Okay, then I would say I thank you all for the time that you invested. I think it was again a very interesting discussion. Anita, I would like to ask you to finalize that and close the session and make your announcements for tomorrow and for Sunday.
Okay, so I'm just gonna repeat it. Thank you everyone for joining. I'm really glad that you enjoyed this new form of discussing and debating. I think it's very efficient, very innovative, at least for me. And I hope we are gonna have a lot more sessions than this. I think I've already said everything about what I think on citizen involvement and how we should achieve that. Tomorrow we have a session where I will interview Rainier on what is the only thing that Europeans don't do together yet, which is going to be about a common European civic space at 10:50 in the morning on the Global Shapers page. You will find all links shared on Global Shapers Facebook pages. And then in the afternoon, we have a lot of sessions with voters, celebrating Europe, talking about Europe. And on Sunday in the afternoon at 5:30 p.m. we have our first session, first edition of the topic of the month session we are organizing with World Academy, and we found that Hungary has been one of the most debated topics, and the democratic backslash in Hungary. Therefore, we organize a very similar Jamboard brainstorming together on Hungary. Our goal is to discover, what are the members of our movement most concerned about
So the connection is a little bit bad, at least on my side. I can't hear you very well.
What are the topics we should address in further workshops? This is over, something like that for them. Can you hear me now?
Now it's better. Before that, the last 30 seconds has been lost, I would say, at least on my computer. I did not move.
Okay, so you understood the Sunday session still, that there is going to be a session at 5:30.
Tomorrow and Sunday came through.
Yes, okay, great.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marcella, and also Dominic, and to the others who are not anymore there. Also, a good night, and see you tomorrow, hopefully, and on Sunday.
Yes, thank you very much for this session. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Great. Ciao.